Aloha kakayaka, members. I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Hawaii Tourism Authority. Ilihia, may we have a roll call?
Yes, Chair. Chair Hanneman.
Here.
Vice Chair Paishan is excused. She is en route. Member Agas. Mahalo. Member Apo. Mahalo. Welcome. Member Arakawa.
Present.
Mahalo. Member Iona.
Present.
Mahalo. Member Makali.
Yeah.
Mahalo. Member Miyasato.
Present.
Mahalo. Member Fund.
Present.
Mahalo. Member Tokioka.
Present.
Mahalo. Member West.
Here.
Mahalo Nui. And Member White.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair.
Mahalo. Members, do we have anyone that wants to report any informational meetings or presentation not organized by the board that they were involved with? Seeing and hearing none, we can now move to agenda item 5. Members, I'd like to take this opportunity to have our protocol done by the voice of the Daniel K. Inouye International Airport, our own Ilihia Johnson.
Mahalo Nui. And that reminder that the curbside is for immediate loading and offloading was not directed at anyone in this room specifically. Yes, the aloha received is a reflection of the aloha shared. Mahalo for sharing your aloha in the Hawaiian Islands. Okay, so I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited about November 28th. Coming up 2 days from now. Not for Thanksgiving, but for another holiday. La Ku'oko'a. It's the day that the Anglo-Franco Proclamation was signed by Great Britain and France, recognizing the independence of the Hawaiian Kingdom in 1843. So please repeat after me, if you will. La Ku'oko'a. La Ku'oko'a. I want to focus on this ku'oko'a. To ku is to stand. Oko'a, separate, independent. It's really about resilience. Some of you have heard me talk about regenerative tourism as seeking to balance the economics of tourism with the well-being of our communities and natural resources, transitioning from an extractive convention model of tourism beyond the sustainable model of tourism that ends us at a net neutral and toward a regenerative model of tourism that adds to our visitors when they come, that adds to our environment, that adds to our community. All of this adds to an investment in our community's resilience. So on Thanksgiving, I will be thankful for the role that I get to play in helping advance regenerative tourism for Hawaii. And I encourage all of you to reflect on the role that you have in advancing that for our community as well. Laku'oko'a. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo, Ili. Members, agenda item 5. It gives me great pleasure to welcome and formally introduce our newest board member, Tara Po, proud graduate of Kamehameha Schools Kapalama and Brown University. Through the years, he's compiled an impressive record of achievement in private industry, as well as in government. I had the privilege of working with Todd when I was mayor of the city and county of Honolulu. He was our council chair, and also in nonprofit organizations. He has helped many organizations in our community throughout the state. But I think perhaps, in my mind, his best achievement thus far is that he's probably the most accomplished basketball official in the state of Hawaii. He referees everything from high school games, volunteers his time, to collegiate games. And I think if it weren't having a board meeting today, he'd probably be there in Maui officiating one of the games there. But Todd, we welcome you. Thank you for accepting the call to be on this board, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to address us if you like at this time.
Can I share a lay with you? Mahalo for everything. Excellent.
So aloha, thank you for the introduction. I have a small PowerPoint that's just a little bit less than the 314-page packet we have. So no, kidding. Just appreciate the chance to be sitting at the table with all of you and working on something that's obviously so important. Have been a little involved in the industry at times and watching it when I'm not. And so the chance to bring a voice here and hopefully help out in the larger picture, something I look forward to. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Apo. Members, we now move to agenda item 6, and that's our approval of minutes of our October 3rd, 2024 regular board meeting. May I have a motion to approve? Moved by Member Tokioka, second by
I'll second it.
Member Miyasato. Any discussion? Not. All of those in favor say aye. Any votes to the contrary? Hearing none. The meetings have been approved. Item number 7, our CEO report. From Daniel Nahopi, our President and CEO.
Aloha, everyone, board members and
Aloha.
public. I'm going to keep this short because you have part of the 300 or 1,000-page report. Our CEO reports in written format for both October and November, which covers the period between September, actions that we've been doing in September and October. So some of the highlights I think that would be pertinent for our board members. First off is the recruitment of vacant positions. So out of the 30 positions approved by the legislature in 2024, 10 of them are vacant, including 3 destination managers. And also we have the board has decided to still in the process for the CEO and the CBO, the Chief Brand Officer. Yes, okay, thank you. And but I do want to say that we would like to welcome on board 2 of the destination managers. We have recently hired Patty Ornelas from Hawaiʻi and Megan DeGaia from Maui. And they were both destination managers under the DMAP program, and we've transitioned them over to be full-time state employees. So welcome. I'm sure they're listening on board here somewhere. So mahalo to Patty and Megan. You see them here, and if you're on island, please have a chance to stop by and talk to them. And we have right now in recruitment, in particular, we have a brand manager focusing on sports. And we have a planner position to go under the planning and evaluation office. And then a account clerk 3, which is to support finance and fiscal. So if anybody has any recommendations, please send it our way or have them go to the website at hawaiitourismauthority.org. And we're in the process of finalizing hiring of a contracts and administrative manager. In terms of Maui wildfire recovery, at our last board meeting, October 3rd, we did approve additional funding for 2 projects. Well, actually 3 projects. One, the largest of them was additional promotion of Maui and the rest of the states, the rest of the islands in the US and Canada. And you'll see if you go to the gohawaii.com page, you see offers that we've been working on to promote Hawaii with both hotel and activities and attractions offers. And we've been pushing out through media as well. We also supported in collaboration with the County of Maui and the University of Hawaii Athletic Department, the game between the Rainbow Warriors and the Silver Swords, Rainbows and the Silver Swords basketball exhibition game, where we had our board member as the basketball official for that evening. So it's all in the family. It was also co-sponsored also with some different activities by Outrigger Resorts, Kamehameha Schools, Polynesian Adventures, Lahaina Luna High School, and Chaminade University, including both training programs for the youth and additional activities, events that happen on campus. And in terms of other work that we're looking at in the brand and marketing, we've been working on some of the things that you'll see in our report, both follow-ups from the LA activation and the JADA Expo, as well as working on Brand USA partnership opportunities. And you'll see some of the results today in our later presentations in the brand and report from the brand standing committee. In destination stewardship, we continue to work with the community tourism collaboratives and the foundational technical assistance programs. And some announcements just went out about availability of some of the training programs that are available online. And under planning and evaluation, we are also working on supporting the state auditor with some of the documents related to strategic planning over both 2016 and the 2020-2025. And then we have signed the agreements for the Holina Scholarship Program for another year, another cohort. So that's additional 5 scholarships that HTA in partnership with the university will be supporting. 2 from Oahu, and then 1 from each of the other counties. So it's 5 total. And we continue to support the Culinary Institute of the Pacific. I think another cohort was funded as well. I heard that's very successful. And remember, that's the program to train current chefs in some of our resorts or restaurants to get them to a higher level standard to increase the level of culinary and restaurant opportunities here in Hawaii, so we can increase our reputation as a global competitive destination. And it's through KCC. I think that's a quick summary of the report, and all of the information is here in our binders. Mahalo.
Okay, any questions of?
Yes.
Member Arakawa?
Yeah, I had a question. You know, on that Chaminade game, when we approved it, we didn't know it was a sporting event. So it wasn't clear that it was going to be that particular game, but it came under branding or it came under destination stewardship. Okay, no, you don't have to answer that now. We can do that in a future budget meeting.
Actually,
And
the
then-
budgeting came under tourism emergency special fund in
Okay.
that October 3rd presentation.
Okay, and then there's ROIs attached to that, so we can go over that later, right?
Yes, we had it for that first game. It's just a small contribution. Mainly, it was staff time in the coordination with the partnerships that I mentioned with HCF and Chaminade and UH.
Yeah. Because if it was branding, then our ROIs would look
Little
at
bit
the
different,
number of
yes.
tourists that came in
Right,
and
right.
things like that. The community aspect is excellent,
community,
actually, as
yes.
you described it, right? So that's why I thought maybe it was destination stewardship, but we'll look at that later.
Mhm.
So just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Member Tokioka?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Not a question, but I think we'd want to introduce the new chair of the Tourism Committee for the House, which is Representative Tam, who has joined us today. For those of you who do not know him, he's a 3rd term now. Yeah. So thank you for being here, Representative Tam. We appreciate the work that you're going to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you,
Chair.
yeah. Anything else? That's it? Okay, let's move on. Yes, let me join in welcoming Representative Tam. For those of us who work in and around Waikiki, he is a familiar fixture. He is the area representative, very visible in many events, and we note with his official announcement to come shortly, we're going to see a lot of him. So thank you, Representative Tam, for being here. He's already contacted HTA staff for briefings on tourism issues and the like. So we welcome his energy and his enthusiasm to be part of our deliberations this morning. So I just have 5 things I want to touch upon. Some of it mentioned by Daniel, but I want to commend Kalani for doing a bang-up job with the Kemper Maui Invitational. He led our efforts in ensuring that the Classic is more than just a basketball game. It's more than just an opportunity to visit visitors, have visitors here and guests. We worked very closely with Kuhio Lewis, and I also want to commend Kuhio Lewis of CNHA that dug deep into their own pockets to put together a makeke element known as the Lahaina Festival that is now going on for the third day at the Royal Lahaina Resort. Our participation was in getting the marketing aspect about the publicity that we were happy to assist with. Net result was in the last 2 days, the 60 businesses that are part of the makeke element that Royal Lahaina, 25 of which are from Maui, over $250,000 in sales have been accumulated. And that's welcome, great news for the local businesses. What a shot in the arm for the West Side. And of course, the Mayor Bisson. Mayor Bisson is smiling from ear to ear because it's exactly what we like to see with our sports programs, that we incorporate not just marketing, but also the destination management stewardship objective of that. The games itself are terrific. 7,000 visitors there. It's estimated to be $24 million in economic impact. And so kudos again for HCA support for this event. As you know, they had to come to Oahu for a year. And the Maui folks were very quick to tell me and Kalani, make sure it stays on Maui forever. No move them again. I said, well, that was a pandemic. Oh, that was a reason why we had to move it with the wildfires and the like. But this time around, we know that this will be a continued time-honored tradition on Maui. Just touch upon the basketball with the Chaminade and University of Hawaii. Gotta mention Caroline's role in all of that. Caroline was our de facto athletic director in working with UH to make sure that this came to pass. The basic element of all of this was just to show again support from Maui to uplift the community at a time when they need it. So to have Coach Ganat and Coach Beeman take the UH men and women basketball team there, ably assisted by Lois Mannon, Associate Athletic Director at the time, and Chaminade's willingness to be that team to provide that competition that was held at KS Maui. Remember, Apo and I were there, and again, Mayor Bisson was very, very happy that this was something that was to benefit the Maui community. Speaking of Caroline, I also want to commend her efforts with the Hawaii Lina Scholarship. As you all know, this thing has grown tremendously in support and momentum. It used to be funded by HTA, no longer. It's now with the Department of Labor, rightfully so. And that scholarship enables local public high school students to get a full 4-year ride at the University of Hawaii Charter School of Management, as well as room and board. And so all of that is slated to be completed during the month of March because we want to report to the legislature, along with the Charter School, that again, students are going to benefit from this. And during the session, it's great because as they look for next year's funding, it'll give them an opportunity to say yes and move that important program along. Convention Center, thank you, Terry. What a wonderful opportunity we all had to join with you to usher in the new pickleball courts. That was a great opportunity for us, again, now to capitalize on another activity that could perhaps not only bring and make our local residents happy, but also visitors from the mainland to play pickleball. And also Eric Takahata is well aware that one of the objectives is to see if we could have a Japan-Hawaii pickleball tournament that maybe one day could rival what the Honolulu Marathon does. And I know Paul Yonamine has also been very encouraging in that regard in working with Eric and Terry, and who knows what that would lead to. But we know the legislators love pickleball. In fact, some of them came ready to play that day, and they did engage in that. And I thought Daniel had some very good comments that were parlayed in the Star Advertiser and the importance of sports tourism and how we regard it as one of our kuleana. This is something that we are charged to do, and we're going to do it. And Governor Green has some great ideas on that as well, and in ongoing discussions with him in that regard. So that was great. Remember, Arakawa and I also took in the Food and Wine Festival that was here at the Convention Center. again, another way that we're showing partnership with the culinary industry. And kudos to Denise and Roy Yamaguchi for continuing to move that forward. And the last thing that I want to mention is our vice chair and myself were in the Philippines recently in a community event where we had a chance to meet with President Bongbong Marcos and Governor Manitok of Ilocos Norte. This was a group of 24 leaders here in Hawaii that included Representative Trish Chica, Senator Henry Aquino, and Council Member Tyler DeSantos. It was not lost on President Marcos how much he loves Hawaii. And I asked him afterwards, I said, you should be our poster child out there because he says, you guys don't need bucket. Everybody loves to go to Hawaii. I said, I wish that were the case. We have major competition there. But here's the thing that we broached, and I've already spoken to Joe Sprague of Alaska Airlines. Hawaii needs to fly there nonstop. And that service was discontinued. But there's a tremendous opportunity, we believe, in Ilocos Norte. Those of you that know a little bit about the Filipino ancestral roots and the like, many Filipinos in Hawaii trace their roots to the Ilocos area. So perhaps that route could be revisited with Alaska going Honolulu, Ilocos, Manila. Governor Manitok is very enthusiastic about that. President Marcos, we had an opportunity and Mahina led that discussion with the Secretary of Tourism in the Philippines. And so this is something that follows up on the heels when Governor Manitok was in Hawaii, requested a meeting with HCA staff, met with them, and we armed them with information of Philippine travel to and from Hawaii. So just wanted to give you that as a little sidebar element of our continued opportunities to try to increase the market here in Hawaii of our visitors. That being said, any questions from the group? If not, we are ready now to move to number 9 on our agenda, which is the HCA Destination Stewardship Programs.
Thanks, Chair. I'd also like to take this opportunity to introduce one of Kilohana's newest team members. And I'm going to forget his new cool fancy official title because I think it's a little bit different than his predecessor. Director of Operations. Director of, what is it? Sorry, I always forget.
Senior Director of Operations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There we go. This is Kaiini Arenado. And so we're really excited to have him on the team. If some of you remember Kainalu Severson, who departed a while back, this is the new position. So a little bit of a different title. He's presenting today on behalf of Kilohana because Tyler and the Kilohana team are part of the activation for Lahaina Festival. And so I'll let him get into the presentation, but happy to take any questions afterwards. Thanks, members. Anything on Zoom?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kaiini. I am giving the presentation on the behalf of Kilohana by CNHA today. A little bit about myself. Prior to my role, I was the Director of Advancement at Island Pacific Academy. And then prior to that, I spent 6 years on active duty orders with the Hawaii Army National Guard, where I'm currently serving as the Executive Officer for 227 Brigade Engineer Battalion in their Bravo Company. There we go. For this presentation, I'm going to go over the CNHA organizational chart. We're going to introduce some new team members, and then we'll get into our VPAM, FTA, CTC programs, curator, tour guide certification, Umeki, and then ending off with smart tourism.
Members, those are, so I asked in each of you individually if there was a particular topic you wanted to hear about in today's presentation. So these were the most asked for by members. So we kind of tailored the presentation today.
Okay, hold on. Technical difficulties to shut off.
Hello. Is this the one you wanna be on?
No, can we go back a little bit?
Yep. Oh yeah, we skipped all the good stuff.
Yeah. One more. Right, perfect. Okay, so I wanted to give you folks a good overview on the CNHA organizational chart. I wanted to highlight that CNHA in itself oversees 8 different pillars. One of those pillars is Kilohana Collective, which is our partnership with Hawaii Tourism Authority. And then we also have a for-profit arm known as Hawaiian Holdings LLC. And that arm is the one that is responsible for all the fun stuff you see, Nalea Hula Show, Experience Kilohana, and then Hawaii Stage and Lighting. And then Kilohana Collective, a partnership with HTA, operates on a totally different pillar for CNHA. Welcoming our 2 new team members. One is myself, and then another person is Carmela Rizuma, who is in the room today. She is our quality assurance manager. She graduated from St. Elizabeth University and then went on for her Master's of Public Administration at NYU. This is our organizational chart for the Kilohana staff. For reference, I report directly to Tyler, and everyone else reports directly to me. I work closely with our 3 directors, our Destination Stewardship Director, Hawaiʻi, our Communications and Marketing Director, and Carmela herself. Moving on to our VPAM. This is our VPAM KPI thermometer. Couple of things I want to highlight is we are currently on track to hit all of our KPIs by the end of the year. We hit all of our KPIs earlier this month, but the only one that we are on track for is our native ads. Due to the recent drownings on Kauai and Hawaii Island and anticipating the northeast swells of the winter, we are rolling out our ocean safety VPAM at our baggage claim digital display and at the airport baggage claim. Our Travel 808 Maui is currently in post-production. We were able to get footage at EL Valley, along with Trilogy Excursions, Maui Ocean Center, Kohala Brewery, Nuka, Haku Maui, and Shopping in Makawao. We're able to partner with our co-host, Kumukoru Pueopata. We can expect this to be rolling out early to late January of next year. Our HVCB public relations collaboration, I was able to meet with PR manager Taryn Pasqua, and we introduced her to Chef Isaac Banako, and we currently had really great conversations and working on a community service event for HTA Spring Tourism Update. Currently for VPAM, our account build so far is about 1.3 million. Moving on to our FTA and CTC programs. For our community stewardship cohort, we have 9 cohort members selected. Our program dates are from 9/1 to 12/1. 3 workshops have been completed so far, and site visits have been conducted. There you go. This is our CTC update. We wanted to highlight Olena Alex. She is a CTC member. She is with the Haleakala Conservatory, sorry. And then we have another highlight that we wanted to put a spotlight on is our Hawaiian Civic Club of Wahiawa. Their Aina stewardship location is Kukani Local. We have some HTA opportunities, marketing consultant with new website content, including completion, funding development for their strategic plan to diversify and create income streams, and highlight the stone wall built by cultural practitioner from the area to protect the stones from destruction. For our regenerative experiences cohort spread map, we have 15 cohort members selected across the Pai'aina, 3 workshops completed. A lot of the updates between the regenerative and the CTC is asynchronous. This is another another organization that we wanted to highlight, Ancient Leaf Tea, located on Hawaii Island. We have HTA opportunities, updating the farm to table and tasting to include cultural and historical information about the Wahipana and Aina, concentrating resources on marketing the tea tour, and then flushing out target marketing and marketing promotional ideas to reach the market. Chair Hanneman also highlighted the Lahaina Festival, so I wanted to put that into our presentation today. We are currently wrapping up. I'll be hopping on a flight right after this to experience it myself. But it was really a great partnership between CNHA, HTA, and Hawaii Community Foundation. The big one that I want to make sure everyone here is invited to is our Hawaiʻi. It is on Tuesday, December 10th, 2 to 4 is the presentations of our community stewardship programs. At 2 to 4, you can meet and greet the cohort members as they share their mo'olelo, illustrate what they're working on, and immerse you into their missions. You will have the opportunity to talk story with each of them. Our 9 community stewardship cohort members will share their missions, their Aina stewardship projects, and how you can get involved in the work that they are doing to better Hawaii. The 15 regenerative experience cohort members have each designed a new market-ready experience that they will share with you as you walk through and around their space as well. If you have not already done so, please RSVP to the event. We can anticipate being a very lively event with all of our partnerships.
And I'll just pause here. So members, those invitations went out to you directly. They probably came from Kanoi or Brandon. If you don't have it, text me and I'll make sure it gets to you. And then this is sort of like the capstone to the end of the cohorts for the CTCs. So this is kind of like their graduation. So we'd love to have you. The Inspiration Museum.
Yeah,
Gloria Bowman.
YWCA.
It's the old Hiko building on the corner,
Okay,
kitty corner from the palace.
okay. Thank you.
For our account build for our FTA CTC programs, we're around 529,000. Moving on to our Umeke programs. Our application portal for Umeke closed on 9/20/2024 at 4:30 p.m. We received 317 applications. There's one tester app, that's why there's a little discrepancy from what you see on the graph. Our community enrichment programs, we received 133 total applications. Our Ho'okipa Malihini Initiative, 15 total applications. Kahiaina, 63 total applications. Kukulola, 75 total applications. And our signature events, 32 total applications. Upon the portal closure, the Kilohana team performed an extensive eligibility check for all 317 applications and landed with 176 eligible applications. There's 3 top reasons of why ineligible applications were. 1 was incomplete or late submissions, 2 missing or insufficient required documents, and 3 failure to meet the RFP requirements. Kilohana kicked off the evaluation phase by creating an HTA-approved list of evaluators and coordinating orientation, individual review process, grouping by committees, and setting up committee sessions. The final committee meeting was held on October 29th, and all committee decisions were sent to HTA. The team is ready for the post-award process, pending approval from HTA. Kilohana is on track with award payment schedules for the 2024 awardees. The team is closely tracking awardee events and final deliverables. 2024 closeout forms were drafted and are completed as awards are fully dispersed. This is a snapshot of our 2024 award dashboard. For our Go Hawaii app, Kilohana has partnered with Sasato on the Go Hawaii app. Our contract kicked off in mid-September with an on-time completion date of December 31st, 2024. Our stakeholder list with 91 names were received. An interview intro letter was drafted and approved by HTA. In the last month, the interview process and questions have been finalized, and the emails for the interview schedule have been sent out in mid-October, 3 altogether. We're currently on our final push to secure the final 17 interviews to be completed by the end of the year. Kilohana has partnered with Mitch Bach from Trip School to develop this tour guide certification program. The Trip School provides award-winning courses and books for tour guides throughout the world. They provide an online certification program to tour guides nationwide and across the globe. Mitch has been brought on as an independent consultant. Kilohana has met with HVCB, Kapiolani Community College, Tim School, and other HTA identified stakeholders. Kilohana collaborated with HVCB to create a stakeholder list for the project. The stakeholder list was given to HTA for vetting. The TGC program will revamp the tour guide manual done in the early 90s and provide an online platform for baseline curriculum with specialty items and provide asynchronous learning. Current amount billed for Umeke sits at 9.3 million. For our curator, we have 174 organizations registered, 62 organizations certified, and 40 organizations live on our curator's website. One of the most exciting things is we were able to get JALPAC, HIS, and JTB certified on curator, and their press release was released in early October. Current amount billed for our curator is around 200,000. This concludes the end of my presentation, standing by for clarifying questions.
Chair.
Member McCully.
So just for clarity's sake, well, first I'll say that some of my constituent members of Hawaii Island, which I represent here on the board, have reached out to me as far as the progress of these award notifications. So they were advised that it requires a board approval at this meeting. So are we approving then these specific awardees, or are we approving a lump sum for your discretionary decision?
Yeah, Jim, that's not true. So the board has already approved the funds. What Kilohana is waiting from me is the approval to issue the award notices. We didn't receive our allotments, and there's some stuff I'm working on with Talon to ensure that we actually have the funds to actually fulfill the commitments we're about to make. And so until I feel confident that we have enough funds in fiscal 25 to make the awards, then I'll hit the green light. But you folks have already previously approved these expenditures. So there's no new approvals needed from the board. But what Kilohana is waiting on from me is to green light the award notices.
Okay, because these entities think that this board is to make a decision at this meeting and is awaiting their, and most of them are vitally concerned with this distribution of resource to their entity. So they think it's our decision at this board, which doesn't seem to be accurate.
Correct.
So why are they misunderstanding this?
I'm not sure, but we are happy to clarify with any of them who have that impression. I would also note that these awards still have a little bit of time, not much, but the programs can't even begin work until January 1 and they end on June 30. So we don't have much time, but we have a little bit of time.
Member Arakao.
Hi, Kalani, are you waiting for any information from our finance section, or can they help at all?
Yeah, Talon and I have been going back and forth on this since September. It's something that we're trying to adjust to what we were allocated by the legislature in fiscal 25, because fiscal 25's allocation from the legislature with the 10% BNF reduction made it tough for us to meet the commitments that we had anticipated. All of you are aware that we executed this contract in August of 2023, and this contract doesn't end until May 1st, 2026. And so in fiscal 25, we don't have enough to meet the commitments for the first 6 months of calendar 25 at this point. Our commitment in the first 6 months for Kilohana's contract is about 5 million. We have 2.8 available.
Mr. Choi, do you have any response to this? Because I have a suggestion, Mr. Chair.
Sure. This is where, in the last couple of legislative sessions, we moved from getting money from the governor's office to being funded, generally funded. And there's different restrictions and encumbrances as we go through the different phrases. So there was some confusion as whether 24 monies could be carried over, because it was not A funding was the governor's money, the $60 million. So the staff, and you can imagine, right? From a staff perspective, when you have different funding schemes and you're not an accounting genius, so you don't know what can be carried over, what cannot be carried over. So there's a little bit of confusion there. But we were quite clear as far as the finance department is concerned, what the law says, and we're gonna follow that. We may be short some funding, but again, it's not any of our fault. It's just the way the legislature plopped the money down on us, and there's laws and regulations that we have to follow. And I think Kalani's doing a great job trying to reconcile this with Talon, because I hear the great arguments that going back.
Yeah, and that's what's ultimately held up the award notices, is because we only have 2.8 million. The awards that we're anticipating to make are about the same amount, and that would mean we have nothing else available for the rest of the scope in the existing contract. So I'm just trying to hold to see if there's some way that we can structure the payment schedule for the first 6 months of next year until we get fiscal 26 money, which also won't come until September or maybe October. And so really what we're trying to do is getting through the next 9 months on basically fumes.
So,
Barakal.
so Mr. Chair, it looks like people are working hard on this, but board members are getting calls, and we have nonprofits and other vendors out there waiting to start their contracts in January. So perhaps we can work out a policies and procedures. So next year it'll go smoother, or in the future it'll go smoother. Secondly, we can work on a timeline that all vendors will get, or the awardees will get, so they'll know. They won't be asking board members. They'll know, okay, this has to happen, that has to happen. And so that, they're at ease, and they can tailor their operations to the timetable that exists. So those two suggestions, internal policies and procedures to address these types of things, because people are depending on us, those grants. And secondly, a timetable that everybody can look at online, and they'll know when these things are going to be released, perhaps, right?
So if I can just continue, it's not really policies and procedures, it's more law oriented. Yeah, yeah. So basically, Talon's been doing a great job giving lectures to the staff on the difference between A funds and B funds and all the mechanics, the encumbrances, everything, the differences, right? And I know the staff is having these are hard accounting concepts. So they're having a hard time, and I think I just tasked Talon again to give that lecture again, because I think as we gave the lecture to the staff, the only person that understood it was me, right? Because of the accounting concepts. So I think we just got to keep educating our staff on what the nuances is.
So looks like we awarded money we never have.
We haven't made any
right?
awards.
So, no, but, so next time, maybe, Mr. Chair, we'll look at the A funds, B funds, all that, and say, you know what, this year, we can only guarantee this many grants or this amount, and then that's the amount that we award, right? And that way, we don't need to do this back and forth, is it A funds, B funds, all that kind of stuff. If we know what we got, and then we convey that to our contractor, right? Then no, we're not gonna go through this kind of thing, right? So.
Chair, I have a question.
Member Ayala.
Mr. Alcala, so with regard to being on the budget, as far as the budget is concerned, the budget, I'm not on your committee. Was that a known fact when we provided the budget?
Not to the budget committee. We thought.
So you
we
don't
had the
discuss anything with the awards of financial distributions in the budget committee?
Can I answer that?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. David was absolutely right. We absolutely discussed. We know what the cash flow budget is, and remember we did the cash flow budget, right? We know what A fund budgets are, and we did the A fund budget. Remember, I'm sorry. Remember.
So
know it,
we
yeah.
went through the A funds, the B funds, the
Yeah,
differences between
absolutely,
those,
absolutely, yeah.
but we did not ask the question, okay, at this particular time, and we went through the cash flow, right? But we did not go through this exercise. And this is the first time I'm hearing that it's a problem, but we did not go through this exercise where people might need the money or will need the money before the cash flow allows us to release that money. So I think in the future, like, I asked the chair and our acting CEO, we need to get that fine tuned in our future budget meetings, so we know we're not gonna give awards for this much money if we're not gonna have that much money at this particular time, right? And if it's gonna come, over time, we can let them know that and things like that. So we had the discussion on A funds, B funds, cash flow. We did not have the discussion on particular grants and when these grants would need money because the grants weren't granted yet, but that's no excuse. We should figure out how much money we have at any given time and give out grants to that. Then we don't get calls like like Member McCully gets calls and I get questions too, so.
Member-
Improvement.
Member
Yeah,
Fund and
improvement.
Member Miyasato.
Yeah, my question would be just in a general, like to partially resolve the issue, is it possible to say, offer a percentage now, to kind of keep things going, like say 50% or something, pending, full grant award based on future availability of funding? And just as a suggestion to do a partial.
I would advise against that.
I
What I
have
want
to say no.
I think Isaac and I are aligned on this. What we just need to ensure is that in the cash flow payments on the contract as a whole, we can structure them in a way that the cash flow works out. We will definitely make awards that are within the budget of the contract, so we're not exceeding anything in the contract, right? Like I mentioned, the contract was signed for an initial term of 2.5 years, August 4th, 2023 through December 24, calendar 24 was term 1. That was 17 million and some change. And then term 2, which is calendar year 25, was just over 10 for a total contract value of 27. We're about 4 million under that 27 already in some of the changes that staff has made to that contract. And then on top of that, we're just again trying to manage that cash flow. So again, it's me working with talent to figure out how to structure it. But we haven't exceeded anything, or we're not awarding more than we should have or anything like that. It's more just trying to figure out how much, because Director Tokioka and Isaac, we were calling around to try to get our allotments. So we just got those. And so it's just a good awareness for you as the board. The fiscal 25 money never hit the bank until what, Talon? Like the 22nd was the last allotment of this month? Yeah, so we're already well into November and then only getting the deposits, right? So it's just something that now we're general funded. This is the first year staff has worked under general funding. And so we're just trying to figure out what our new universe looks like and orienting to it. I don't anticipate this to be an ongoing issue, rather just a first time rookie year, learn how the ropes work.
So, and Roy, you're gonna understand this. We get quarterly allotments. So basically, they can cut us off every quarter. They can go to zero, we can go to zero. So it's not like in the beginning of the year, here's your money, we'll spend them, right? It's allotted quarterly, right? And even the 5 and 5 restrictions, and you understand that, yeah? They may give, they may not apply it, they may apply it, but they apply it to the last quarter. So it's quite a challenge. It's a big puzzle. I hope you understand that.
So and then the other thing I would just say, members, if you folks ever get questions from constituents, please forward them to me. We're happy to have the staff respond. Kilohana and the team have a robust, I can't think of it. I want to say CMS, but that's not right. Is it CMS? Where they log every CRM, thank you, Daniel, where they're logging every call and every email that the awardees are looking for information. And so we have a really robust record of our outreach to them. And so if they're reaching out to you, more than happy to pass them our way, and then we can clarify with them so that there aren't any misunderstandings about board approvals needing to happen in order to release the funds. What we have been saying in the email communications to these applicants is that they're waiting, Kilohana is waiting on HTA approval. And what that approval means is me as staff making sure that I'm confident that we have the money to go, but not necessarily the board.
Member Miyasato?
Yes, I just wanted to add for member Iona's to respond to your question. I'm part of the budget committee as well, and these questions are asked. I'm not sure about the follow-up in terms of the answers. And so like as an example, the notion that you get allotments, can you roll the funding over from the previous year? Those questions were asked specifically. But I, as a member, don't know that we ever received an answer on what the final disposition of that would be. The other thing I want to underscore is, Kalani is entirely correct. Under the heading "Death by 1,000 Cuts," right? We've been experiencing a lot of change relative to this organization and its autonomy. And this is a good example of that, the funding changed. And so, I'm sure the staff understands accounting principles 101. I'm sure that's not a difficult thing to get. But the rules changed. And so I think we have to recognize that. And this is a byproduct of those rules changing.
Brian.
So, first of all, thank you for your service to Hawaii and your duty as an officer. Were you aware of it? Were you aware of these changes? That you would not be receiving the funding in a timely manner?
I personally was not
Ilana.
aware, but our team was.
And how did that affect your operation and the contract that we provided you?
We paused as soon as we got notice that we weren't going to be able to let the awardees know. And then we pushed out the communications to all of the applicants.
The island of Kauai, I'm just going to speak for Kauai. If we're doing a lake parade in 3 weeks and nobody knows what's happening. Let's say if HT is town celebration coming up in February. I was in a meeting that was brought up. What ends up happening is because of the uncertainty, private sector steps in to make sure that the community has been able to assist. It doesn't set well with the policies that when we hired you as the contractor, that we're not following up with that, no matter how you cut the Bs and the As and whatever else, right? We're not following what we gave you when you had agreed to our contract, correct? Because I know, because I was on the RFP committee. And you don't do that to people. So whoever is responsible to that segment has to provide the financial acumen to this board so that we are understanding that we are not fulfilling our contract adequately, correct? Because we didn't do it. And we have to fix it so that it doesn't happen again. And I'm not telling you, Kalani, this isn't about you, this is about policies. So, and I'm not blaming talent or anybody, but if the system is got to be fixed, then we have to fix it with the vice president of finance or whoever is involved, including maybe in his hat as director. I don't know, but we cannot be taking on contracts, not being able to fulfill them, because then what happens is our communities are not being provided the funding that you are assuring them that they're going to have once they fill out all those crazy numbers of paperwork that they have to do. I do admire you for what you've done. I've heard a lot of good things that you guys have come to try to help the people with their applications, and I really thank you for that. But we have our responsibilities to you as well. Thank you.
Member Tokyo.
Thank you, Chair. So I would say that I agree with everything that Vice President Choi said and Kalani said. And as soon as Kalani called me and told me that there was some issues with some of the funding, I made the call directly to the Budget and Finance Director. And with how many days?
Next day.
The next day, it was resolved. So let's please understand, the state is huge. It's an $11 billion operation. And so some of these things that happen with all of the different divisions, especially when the funding was changed for HTA, there's things that are going to come up. And it's not like anybody sitting in that office, and I got to defend Lewis and his team, is trying to make people that are on that list through Kilohana worry. They're not. I promise you they're not. But we need to be better at communicating. And I know when Kalani called me, I expressed that to the Budget and Finance Director and the Chief of Staff of the Governor. So, when it comes up again, or if it comes up again, we need to make sure that we're better prepared for it. So I am not going to sit here and throw stones at the process because it's all changed. And nobody knew, including Isaac, including Kalani, certainly not Kilohana, and certainly not me as the director of the department. So I understand the frustration, and I know Waimea Plantation Day parades, all of the different festivals, they're all great festivals which have been receiving monies for years, but it wasn't done intentionally. And so we need to make sure that going forward, there's a better way to allocate the monies as they go through quarter by quarter. So thank you for that opportunity to explain that for the administration.
One more comment, Kamala, yeah.
And then Chair, just really quickly, so members, I also want to just maybe zoom out a little bit to the 30,000-foot level. In trying to manage this, what we've also done is because we need to transition all of our contracts to a fiscal year, we issued this RFP via Kilohana for a 6-month period for January to June programs. So even that is us trying to make these adjustments to get everything in the big machine synced up. And so in February, we'll go ahead and do another one for fiscal 26. And so again, this short one is for January to June programs. We haven't missed the window yet. Talon and I are still, like Isaac said, discussing it intently and with much passion. Because I think just want to reiterate that the Kilohana contract has made significant sacrifices to make sure that our operation continues. For example, we gave 1.5 million out of this contract to balance the fiscal 24 budget. So we've made sacrifices within this contract already. And so now in fiscal 25, we're saying, hey, where's the beef? Like, where's the beef? We need our money too. And so we're just trying to work it all out. And we're all as a team trying to figure out where we can adjust things and pay things first and prioritize different things. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to give Kilohana the green light, issue the awards and go whoopsie, right? And something come up. And so I'm going to dot the I, cross the T's and make sure before we give them that approval. So sorry, it's causing trouble, but I didn't want to approve the awards to go out until I'm sure, then sure. Thanks.
Member Mahina and then Member Iona, and then I want to say something at the end so we can move on.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha kahiaka yakakoa Paul. Good morning. I was on Zoom so I heard the entire presentation. And just very briefly, I just wanted to commend Kilohana and the entire team and all of your sub-consultants that you work with, given the relatively short time that you've had to amplify and to elevate and deepen a whole regenerative tourism pivot for the state of Hawaii. I really appreciate the metrics that you showed here. It gives us as a board a better idea of what is being accomplished, progress being made. And we also appreciate the invitation to the in-person Ho'ike. So please continue to do what you do. We will, and I support the dialogue that's been discussed here, and we will do our best to continue to strengthen our partnership and commitment to you so that we can serve Hawaii to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Member Iona.
I just want to end on a positive note. I used to be a manager at the Royal Lahaina, and I got a lot of people calling me, telling me how great that festival is. They shared, one of the reservations managers is a relative of mine, and they shared with me how amazing it was because it was like getting things back to normal. And a lot of them are shopping, and you've done a great job with that festival. And I know if you go back in all the sports that community did, back in my day, we were the ones, Mark Rolfing's name, did the classics, started all of that. And your being a part of it added a special component to it because you brought a retail value to that we never had before on Maui. So I want to thank you for that. The festival is a huge success in the eyes of the community. Thank you.
So let me bring this discussion to close with some comments. This has been good. Thank you, members. I think everyone weighing in has led to a situation which is really clear. So those that are on Zoom listening in, there is going to be another round that's going to start in February. So Daniel, I really believe this has got to be one of the highest priorities with Talon, with Isaac, and with Kalani to make sure we're not having this kind of discussion again when the awarding of those contracts are going out. I think Director Tokioka is right in terms of not being able to predict when things are going to move and so forth, because the state has many, many obligations and responsibilities. However, this is our kuleana. So this is our priority. So we got to have a really good game plan going forward and to be able to predict and be real clear so that those who are applying for these grants are not going to individual board members, because you can't help them. They know all of us, especially if we come from a specific island and they're being affected. So I think to me that is what we need to do because there will be another round. And I think that's some of the messages that are going up for those that may not be able to qualify this time around. If they have something that falls in that window the next time, I think everybody understanding what we have just discussed today, I think will lead to a better process going forward. But there's no question, everybody's trying their best. And there's great programs out there that need to be funded, and we want to do that. And that's one of our charges to do that. So that is what I would like to ask staff to do. Keep us informed when you need to, but this has got to be something that we do immediately and not wait till after the awards are given. Then we're going to start looking at that. Daniel?
Yes, I promise to, as the team, to continue to work on this resolution. Now, and I do agree, a lot of what occurred, as what Director Tokioka said, is it's a new process, not only for us, for BNF too, in creating our program IDs and our funding awards. So the timing is different. It may be different next year in terms of the way the cash flows back down to here. Also, to point out, this issue is a reflection of the larger picture, which we're trying to all work together, the team, because it does affect the branding and some of the other projects we're doing, because talent has had a difficult time trying to balance the budget and moving the money around to ensure that the cash is flowing and we can pay the invoices when we do have existing funds, or notifying our contractors when we know there's going to be a delay. So staff has been working very difficultly on that, but we will continue to keep everyone updated at our BFCC meetings of the status of where we are in terms of the budget itself, processes that we're putting in place. And since most of the contracts were done in a previous funding scheme, some of the timing of payments and the way the deliverables are set up don't align with the way money flows with general funds and how BNF awards it. So part of all of this discussion will be revising some of the contracts in order to reflect the changes in the way we do the invoicing and the payments. So that'll also be part of this process.
The process is easier said than done,
Yeah.
but it seems to me that at the staff level, right? And then where these things should be ironed out is in the Budget and Finance Committee before it makes its way to the full board.
Okay,
Since we're talking finances, Chair, may I ask, Daniel, did we get the emergency funds? The 5 million?
We are in the process of doing the request. Would you like to?
Wait,
report on
I
that?
can answer that.
Oh, do you want to do that? now,
So,
or-
you put that as a priority of the board. We did submit our request immediately to BNF. They have not responded. Okay, so we did exactly as you told us.
They provided us with a process to complete, including a request for the funding, et cetera, and we've followed up with that.
Then I'm sorry. Director Salavera was here. Director told us we should automatically get it. Oh,
And-
he did say that.
Yes.
So now
But
you
then
got,
when he went back to work with tax and BNF and such, they had to come up with a process because they have never had this situation in order to replenish that fund. So they came up with a process, they provided it to us. We are fulfilling their requirements. And do you have a status though on anything yet at this point? Yeah.
Well, right now, we're just waiting to spend down as much funds as we can for the other programs, because then that way we can get replenished as much as we can, because by what they're saying, it's going to be a one-time annual replenishment. So we're just, yeah.
Okay. Point of clarification. I thought that we had spent it down.
Oh, I mean, we spent good majority of it, but then just, for example, the second round, the 130, and then some other remaining projects. We spent like over $4.5 million, but just that little last tail end before I make the request, just for the
And
replenishment.
we have put it as a priority.
Hang on, Caroline.
So Talon, are you talking about like you need the invoices to pay it for spending it down, or the encumbrance? Because I know I encumbered the 135.
Yeah, the invoices and whatnot, the
Okay.
deliverables and everything else.
So I think he's waiting. Yeah, Talon needs the invoices from the organizations that we contracted with.
Can that be done like yesterday?
Mhm.
I mean, we've been asking, this board has
Right.
gone on record because that is what has to be done. we spent it down and the commitment was to spend it down and we have. And in order for us to be able to receive that, that's the first question they're gonna ask. We still have a balance. So we need to make sure that this is done
Yeah.
pronto.
I mean, this is a top, I talked to the staff over the past couple of weeks. It's a top priority to get all of the paperwork in. And also that, because it is an emergency fund and another emergency could just occur at any time. And to make sure that we top it off as quickly as possible. So I have been working with talent
But
in the process.
Daniel, I think a case can be made that we're still in an emergency situation.
Right, right. I mean, that's part of it, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So we need to work out the paperwork and submit the information. And we
Okay.
have been, it's a top
Today
priority
is
for the staff.
November 26th. Can we get this done by November 30th? Before the end of the month,
Yes.
okay? On behalf of the board, November 30th, okay? On record.
I can submit a request by then.
I think the
Yeah,
request,
I
the
can do that.
request has to
Yeah,
go, and we
okay.
don't know at what point would BNF and the tax.
Yeah, no, I'm
so,
saying,
but the
let's make
request is
sure
there.
that no one can point to HTA saying that's why you're not getting it, because you haven't fulfilled
Yes.
all the necessary paperwork. Let's get that out of the way.
Understood.
Okay.
Sure,
Chair,
can I
if I
ask another
may,
question?
oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
First member Iona, then member McCully.
So we keep looking at talent. What's your response?
Look on page 10 of the financial statements. We report the balances, the amount spent in the emergency special fund. We report it every single month. So it's not like, you guys don't know. Well, if you don't read the stuff, you guys don't know, but it's reported every single month.
So if it's reported every single month, then the likelihood of getting it by the 30th is impossible.
Those decisions are outside our agency,
Hmm.
right? So, I mean, I ask all the time, but
Okay.
No,
they don't, they don't
yeah.
say nothing to me. It's kind of hard.
No, I think the point, Director, is just to make sure that everything that we need to do has left HTA and is at the next level of
Yeah,
approval.
yeah.
That's
So-
all I'm asking.
So Chair,
That's all I'm
I
asking.
assure you, everything HTA could do, we did already, right? It's others, yeah? It's outside our agency.
Okay, well, let's pay that remaining bill, yeah?
Yeah, I'll have to work with the contractors for them to submit their final reports and their invoice. That's what I'm waiting for a lot of these projects.
Member McCully.
Okay, so this all started with a comment or a question I had. And it had to do with a letter that went out on a MECI award status, which stated, we are still waiting on HTA for the final approved list of awardees. And that was the issue I had, was I don't believe that this board has approval over a final list of awardees. This has gone off into the weeds about budget and sourcing of funds. So I'm glad we're deep in the weeds and I hope we all find our way out. But when we talk about communications and the board having clarity about what we're doing and we're doing the best of our ability, I think those communications started off incorrect to the potential awardees. However, that's not why I put my finger on the red button. I found this report from Kilohana informative, interesting, and I'd like to focus on the CNHA organizational chart. And I've never seen this before. It's complex. And I think it'd be to the board's benefit if we have a presentation sometime in the near future, like next month or the month after, where CNHA advises us how this organizational chart works. And the reason I ask that is that, and what caught my eye, is that our budget allocation to them for destination stewardship and their portion of our budget is to the Kilohana Collective. And they show on this chart that they have a subsidiary or parallel entity called Hawaiian Holdings Incorporated LLC that operates an entity called Kilohana, Experience Kilohana. So I don't think it's impossible to construe that there might be some perceived overlap between the two entities, the for-profit and the nonprofit. And in any of us who've been involved in profits and nonprofits and the necessity to keep organizations at arm's length, separate governing bodies, distinctly different board members, those are all best practices for these types of entities. And CNHA is a new partner with HTA, and I think from the beginning, we should be as cognizant or aware as possible of how they're operating, so that we don't have some public perception that we're financing something that's for profit. I'd appreciate that if it could be on the agenda. Thank you.
Sure.
Kalani.
I can have Kuhio and Tyler present next month. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Comments?
Just one last thing.
Member Miyasato.
I think what Member McCully just read might be the source of the issue for us, and that is the HTA. Does not say HTA board. So in fact, Kalani as the HTA is holding it up.
Yeah.
That is factual
Correct.
for all the reasons we've been mulling over.
Yeah. Yeah, that, to be very clear, the letter says HTA and they mean me. Yeah.
Okay,
And to be clear, it came to me. So we too, as board members, are perceived as HTA.
okay. Now, we can move to item agenda 10. Canceled, okay. Now we will move.
Yeah, Jennifer's out sick today, so we have a written report. So we'll move on to the next. Thank you.
Okay. We are now on agenda 11. Which is report and update by Budget Finance and Convention Center standard.
Chair, if I may, like we always do.
Please proceed.
Procedure. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, we're going to start with item number 11A. And we're gonna, this is the HTA's September and October financial report. And as we always do in this section, we're gonna start with a motion. I'm making a motion to approve the HTA's September and October 2024 financial report. And do we have a second so we can start discussion?
Second.
Okay, so now, Mr. Chair, we'll start discussion by a presentation by our finance team.
Thank you, Chair. This last month we had an emergency, so we couldn't approve this particular set of financial statements at the board level, so we're gonna have to do it now. I'm not gonna bore you with all the regular financial statements that we've been having, but the discussion that we've been having before is very, very important. That we give you this report because it really details a lot of financial information. But we take a lot of time to present it. So for the discussion that we just finished, I'm just gonna flip over to page 17 of your handout on the financial statements. Everything before page 17 is just mundane, every month financial statements, and you have known that since I started this place, the financial statements have evolved to give you guys even more information. But for this particular presentation and for the time constraints that we have right now, I want to highlight page 17. Now, page 17 was actually Talon's very, very hard work, but it was a request coming out of the Senate, and they really wanted to know line by line, dollar by dollar, exactly what we talked about just a few minutes ago, you know. So when you look at this particular report, it gives you every single budget line item, which is really, really detailed. And it gives you, I'm sorry, I forgot to put my glasses on, so I cannot see. It gives you cash information, paid to date, the remaining encumbrance, budget restrictions, which is a 10%, right? Actual budget restrictions, of course, our fiscal year 25 budget, and of course, our budget versus actual. This particular schedule should answer a lot of the discussions that we had just a few minutes ago. And I know it's a lot of numbers, but if you take the time to look at that, it would give you a lot of answers. So at this particular point, I know we've been doing this since June 30th. If you remember the big green paper that we gave you information in this particular format for the last fiscal year. It's all public, so you guys all can look at that, and you can forecast, you know, going forward what may or may not happen. If you do have any questions on the main body of the financial statements, Talon, would you like to just give a short presentation on the main body of the financials?
Okay, wait, just quickly,
Yeah, go ahead.
right before you start. So, Isaac highlighted page 17, and you would call this the BLI report, or what would you call this? BLI
I
information?
would call it that because that's the title of the report.
Supplemental,
Yeah.
supplemental information. So this is something we've been getting since June, and we need to get used to it, but it's a very comprehensive report. I'm not sure if any other department in the state has this kind of report. So it's something new, it's something that's unique, and it's something that gives us all the information that we should need. But it's going to take us time to get used to it. There's so much information. Thank you. Talon, please go on.
Okay, so I'm just gonna jump over from the actual financial statements to a little slide deck I prepared. It's more of a summary of all of the financial statements that Isaac and Daniel have touched upon and highlighted. So just gonna quickly go over our October 31 monthly financial report for Hawaii Tourism Authority. And then, and by the way, the slide deck is included in your board packet if you want to refer to it as well. So the first slide is a summary of the budget versus actual statement. So I just summarize what's paid to date, what's been encumbered at DAGs, and then of course our $6.3 million budget restriction. And after all those three, after the sum of those three main items, we have $18,182,000 spent to date. And we have sorry, it's kind of blocking that number. There. And then we have a remaining budget balance of $44,817,000 as of October 31, 2024. So I'm just gonna quickly move on. This is a visual representation of our fiscal year 25 budget. Just a little pie chart, branding and marketing taking up 62%, sports and signature events and destination stewardship and community, both taking up 12% of the budget. Regenerative tourism is 6%. Workforce development is 2%, and then admin and governance is 6%. And then just gonna move on to the next slide. And here is a visual comparison of our 25 budget versus our 24 operating budget. Just for FYI, the fiscal year 24 budget wasn't necessarily grouped within the fiscal year 25 groupings, but I did my best to try to group it as similarly as possible. So here are the comparisons in a bar chart form. Not going to really run through the numbers, but please feel free to take a look at it. And then let's see. So some of the other funds, I just summarized the status of our other funds. So for example, our fiscal year 24 tourism general fund. To date, we've spent $7,161,000. That's just in fiscal year 25. That's not including the prior year expenses. And we have a remaining fund balance of $1,078,000. And then our tourism special fund, which was sunset back in 2022, we have year-to-date expenditures of $107,000. We have a cash balance of $8,348,000, but our encumbrance balance is $852,000. So that's the only amount we can spend is the remaining encumbrance balance of $852,000, and we're just trying to spend that down before it may be transferred to the state. We're not too sure yet what's the plan.
Excuse me, could
Sorry.
you rid us of that toolbar at the bottom, or is there some means, because we're constantly losing a little information?
Okay. Sorry about that.
You know, while he's doing that, just a little accounting quiz. When Talon says that the tourism special fund has a cash balance of 8.3 million, but we have an encumbrance of $852,000, and that fund is now eliminated, how much money did we lose? Thank you, Jimmy.
I thought it was a trick question. I wasn't gonna
So again, these are accounting rules, right? So this is just something that, okay, that's my little funny.
This thing here. Okay, and then of course, our favorite tourism emergency special fund. To date, we spent $105,000. And of the two Maui disaster response plans, we have 282,000 of our $5 million remaining. And then for the second plan, we have $130,000 of the $130,000 still remaining to be spent down. And then our EDA State Tourism Grant, we have spent $2,780,000 to date. We have a fund balance of $8,776,000 and then encumbrance balance of $5,720,000. And then,
Any question on this page?
yeah, any questions?
Any question on this page? Okay, all right. Proceed.
Okay, and then just moving over to our convention center funds. For our fiscal year 24 general funds, we have $2,778,000 remaining. And then for our convention center enterprise special fund, we have year-to-date revenues of $11,455,000. That includes our TAT allocation, our 11 million TAT allocation that we received earlier this year. And that also includes some interest income that we receive on a monthly basis, and then some HCC operations net income as well. Our cash balance in this special fund is $59,210,000. And then we have $34 million reserved for our fiscal year 25 operations, and then another $11 million that we will have to transfer to budget and finance in fiscal year 26. And that's for fiscal year 24 operations because they provided us $11 million last year. Yeah, and then lastly, our roof repair project. We had $15 million appropriated for the rooftop terrace deck. Year to date, we've spent $149,000. We have $14,422,000 remaining in funds and an encumbrance balance of $14,422,000 as well. And then for our $64 million appropriation that was provided last year, allotment is still pending release by the governor. And that about summarizes our financial statements. If anyone has any questions, please let me know.
Okay, Mr. Choi, you're the project manager for the rooftop repair. Is that right? Okay, on time, on budget?
Just a little bit late. We're waiting for the allotment from the governor's office for the $64 million, Director Tokioka. And once we get that, we'll be on track again to, we're not late, perhaps just a few weeks. Our next step is to get the bids out for the contractor. So we're that far along. As far as the drawing and all that kind of stuff, you can look on my wall. It's all up there. It's all good to go. The construction documents are like 800 pages, so all the details are there, very excited about that particular project. So I'm gonna say tentatively, we're on budget, on time, and with director's help, we're good to go.
Okay. Daniel?
I just wanted to point out one thing in the Convention Center Enterprise Fund. In fiscal year, the legislative session of 24, we were given an additional 20 million allowance that we could take out of the fund. So that's why you see a $34 million repair and maintenance allocation. So there's 14 is our annual allowance plus a 20 for just this year. So you'll see it reflected when HCC does their presentation on the repair and maintenance. So just understand, we do have a infusion of money to be used for things such as the escalator, et cetera, that we know were pretty critical to be repaired right away.
Chair, may I ask a question?
Sure.
So relative to the contracts for the actual work, has the contracts been let?
Mr. Choi?
Yeah, repair, yeah.
The RFP for the rooftop contracting is gonna go out in about, so the answer is no, not yet, but it's gonna go out like this week or next week.
How does that, what's the relevance of those contracts being let and the fact that we have blocked business at the convention center because of that project?
We shut down the convention center from January 1st, 2026 to October 31st, 2026 to really focus in on fixing the roof. We found out that it would cost us $8 million to keep the convention center open during that construction period. And we felt that we don't make $8 million in business during that period.
Yeah.
So it was a good decision that, and we don't lose money, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Makes sense. I just thought timing wise, it was already happening. Like I had a Hawaiian Airlines event that I was trying to book here. I did talk to Terry about it, and there's a period where people are being told it's shut down.
Yep.
You can't use it now.
Yep.
Not 2026 now.
No. No, no. 26.
Okay. Did you not report though? I mean, this is all on public record, but did you not report that it was going to be shut down this year? No? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, yes, Mr. Po.
Sorry, two quick ones. On your other fund slides, when it says year to date, is that fiscal year to date? Or is that-
Yes, fiscal year to date.
Okay. And then on your first slide, you have the paid encumbrance restricted against fiscal year. Is there anything to give us a sense, and sorry, maybe a rookie question, of how do we feel those expenditures are through this July to October period relative to what expected expenditures were? Right? I mean, this shows us where we are relative to the entire fiscal year. Is there some way for us to get a sense of, is this good, is this bad, over what happened in the first 4 months or whatever period you report on?
Well, just naturally, I guess it's a little behind schedule just because of the allotment issues and everything we talked about. But I haven't really prepared anything that would provide you guidance on how the progress is compared to the actuals. But that's something I could definitely look at, like a cash flow projection versus actual. Yeah.
If there's something, don't mean to create a whole bunch of more work, right? But just first time I'm looking at these, just trying to get a sense of how that is in certain periods. So thank you.
No, that's a good question. Thank you.
Yeah.
And maybe we've talked about this too, significant variances, right? Vice Chair Kimberly Agas. So, Todd, we normally ask them if there are significant variances. So we should make that part of the presentation. So they'll always report any significant variances. So, good. I mean, we missed 2 months in a row, so we're trying to get through it, but that's a good point. We should, make sure we cover these.
Chair.
Mahina, so.
Thank you. Can you just walk me through, and I apologize, I haven't been able to jump on the budget and finance meeting, so perhaps you explained it in those committee meetings. What is the process? Who sits on the review committee to look at the contracts, right? To look at any contracts relative to the convention center? Who approves them? Who will kind of like, put it through a rigorous test?
So, I'm the program manager for the convention center. As far as contracts, you're thinking about the construction of the particular roof and the costs and the estimates. We've had 3 professional cost estimates that's looking at from the drawings, how much it should cost. So now we're at the particular stage. And in fact, we had 3 already, 3 different costs, and it's all on my wall, right? And then now we're gonna go actual bidding. And then from the actual bidding, they're gonna look at what we estimated, right? And then they're gonna make some kind of, changes. Now, everything that I've told you that we're gonna do through this process, it's not because I'm a great guy. It's all because the procurement code requires that I do this stuff. So we gotta follow the law, right? And so we do have 3 estimates, and actually it's all taped up to my wall.
Thank you. As a follow-up question, is this a committee? Is this reviewed through committee of more than one person, or is that solely in your purview of authority and responsibility to review and approve or reject contracts?
Okay, so it's not like a bunch of civilians sitting down saying, is the cost good? The cost estimates that we're doing is by our one is by our project manager, one is by our architectural firm, and the engineers. So we do hire professional people that looks really through every line. If you were to ask me, is the concrete rebar supposed to be so many linear foot and they charge so much, and is it a good price or a bad price? I couldn't tell you. I don't have that expertise, but we do hire experts to come up with these numbers.
Thank you. So, am I correct in understanding, we bring on additional expertise for cost estimation and
Yeah.
other services to that numbers and so forth. But you are the sole person that will approve or reject contracts of this, for this, for the
We
convention center?
do, so if you're talking about it, when the contractors bid, we're gonna have an evaluation committee. I believe he's on it. He's on it. I'm on it, and then we have Eric from Public Works. So we do have subject matter experts that's gonna be looking at this particular. So no, the question is, am I the sole person? Oh, yeah, Kimberly? Kimberly's
Who
on it?
else? Yeah, who else is, yeah.
Yeah,
agreed.
so we do have evaluation committee of experts, and so
Just
no,
want to
I am
comment,
not
we're
the
not
sole-
supposed to disclose evaluation committee
Oh, I'm
members.
sorry,
Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't say
Yeah,
anything.
they are following 103D state procurement process. It is it's an RFP process. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I want to know. I don't know the procurement, the state of Hawaii procurement rules by heart. So thank you. That's all I want to know. Is this by,
Not the
yeah.
second one.
Yes,
That was the first evaluation. not-
but even though, so nobody knows who's gonna be on the future evaluation committee, but it's gonna be pursuant to the procurement law.
And Chair, just a question, and
Sure.
that is included in discussions you have with the responsible contractor like the wonderful lady that. Harry, are they involved in discussions or? Okay, so you know what needs to be done, so you can adjust. The reason why, because you're doing an event, you gotta know what to plan out, right? Okay, that's all.
Okay, any other questions on what has been presented? So, no, good questions, good questions, good questions. Any other questions? Anything further, Mr. Kishi to present? No, on both months, on the. Okay, so it's been moved, it's been seconded, we've had a presentation. Are there any questions, Mr. Johnson, online?
Seeing none.
Okay, if no further questions, oh, yes,
Chair,
go ahead.
sorry, Chair Arcala. So do you have any concerns, and Vice Chair Agost, do you have any concerns about the budget that's been presented that we need to look at as a board and help resolve?
Excellent question, and I had that on my notes and I didn't ask it. So, Mr. Choi and Mr. Kishi, are there any issues of concern that should be brought to the attention of the board?
Not at this particular time. As we go deeper into the fiscal year, if we start having overages or something of expenses, of course, I'll bring that to your attention. Not at this particular time, because it's very, very early in the fiscal year. Yeah, it's in October. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good question. I always gotta remember to ask that question. Okay. All right, so Mr. Johnson, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Who's that? Okay, Chair Hanneman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Paishan,
Aye.
Member Agas, Member Apo.
Aye.
Member Arakawa,
Aye.
Member Yona,
Aye.
Member Makali.
Aye.
Member Miyasato,
Aye.
Member Fun,
Aye.
Member Tokioka.
Aye.
Member West.
Aye.
Member White.
Aye.
Mahalo.
Okay, thank you very much. We have one more item on the Budget Committee agenda, and that's 11B as in boy. And it's the Hawaii Convention Center's August 2024, September 2024, and October 2024 financial reports and update. And so I will be making a motion at this time to approve the Convention Center's August 2024, September and October 2024 financial reports and update on the Convention Center's 6-year repair and maintenance plan. So do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, so Terry and Marie, can you please present during our discussion phase? Thank you.
Aloha and good morning, everyone. Happy holidays. It's here. It's here. Okay. It's here. Okay, so I will be reviewing our most current financials, which will be inclusive of the 2 months past that we were not able to present and get approval for. So during the month of October, we ended very well, actually. We budgeted for 24 licensed events, only 21 actualized. 3 of these events were citywides, which is very unusual for us to have 3 citywides in 1 month. Our staff were running around crazy in between servicing local events with 3 citywides. We had Electrochemical Society in the beginning of the month, International Society of Pediatric Oncology, and then Armed Forces Communication and Electronics Association, otherwise known as AFCEA. 2 of these citywide groups were first-time citywides in our building, which is great. AFCEA, I know that the Bureau has signed them. It is unfortunately one of the groups that we're relocating in 26, but we're not losing the business. They're actually staying in the islands and just making it happen at our headquarter hotels. And then they've also signed with us for several years in the future. So very fortunate to have that piece of business. All 3 of those citywide events basically pushed us to outperform our budget expectations for the month. Our total facility revenue for the month was 2.7 million, which was 275,000 more than we had planned. In addition, we posted a net income of almost about $500,000, which is more than we had budgeted as well. So and I'm sorry, I don't have all my stars and everything on this report to help navigate you guys through this this PowerPoint slide of numbers. But if you focus on the second column here, I'll be referencing to our fiscal year 25 reforecast. And that our reforecast for the fiscal year ending in June has improved significantly since our last month. The convention center is currently projecting to end the fiscal year with a net loss of 2.1, which is $1 million better than we had budgeted. With more than 11 citywides yet to service for the remainder of the fiscal year, we anticipate to have further improvements through the financial half of our the second half of our fiscal year. Many of our citywides and local pieces of business that we had forecasted, primarily our citywides, are spending much more in food and beverage than we had anticipated in our budget. So it's a nice uptick in revenue for us at the center. Any questions on that before I move forward? We're off to a good start. I like to always reference to the return on investment for every dollar spent here at the convention center to date. With the citywides that we have serviced here, we are returning a total of $16.67 to the state. So a nice ROI on the money invested. Looking ahead, we have a total of 18 citywide bookings, and I always like to highlight what that return on investment is to the state, roughly about $300 and almost $80 million to the state in economic impact, and total tax generation about 44,000 or $44 million to the state. So nice contribution. This fiscal year 24 and 25, we anticipate strong citywides on the books. So we're excited to have 2 strong years in front of us. Just wanted to highlight some of the recent events that we had at the Convention Center. Prime, which is a repeat piece of business for us in October. PSYOP, which I mentioned, and AFCEA, those were the 2 of the 3 citywides that we had in the month. And then, of course, our local repeat Hawaii Food and Wine Festival. This was their first year utilizing our exhibit halls versus our rooftop or ballroom on the 4th floor. And actually, I think everyone kind of liked being in the exhibit hall. It made it look bigger. It was nice and spacious. Of course, they have to wall-to-wall carpet, which is quite costly, but I think they did a really nice job with the decor and for decorating an exhibit hall to make it look very elegant. They did a nice job. Upcoming local events and citywides, we have Honolulu Marathon coming up fast and furious first week of December. We have the Aloha Regional Christmas Festival Tournament.
which is a volleyball tournament in mid-December, and Trans-Pacific Volleyball, which is a repeat piece of business in the first couple weeks of January. Highlighting, just looking ahead the next 3 months, splitting out our local events to citywides. You can see just the number of events that we have to service. January is typically a slower month for us, which is great because we try to get as much R&M, repairs and maintenance, and capital improvement projects done in our slow months where we don't have to navigate through events. So we kind of like some slow months in between our busy months just so that we can get caught up. A few highlights, as Chair Hanneman mentioned, our new pickleball courts. We purchased 45 new indoor pickleball courts. After this first tournament, we got a slew of calls from people here locally that want to host tournaments. So this is definitely going to be a fruitful purchase. We have our next tournament, official tournament in April of next year, which they plan to use all 3 exhibit halls and as many courts as they could fit in. Probably, I think they're looking at close to the 45 courts that we had planned for their next tournament in April. So lots of fun activity using this new equipment. Lots of media pickup on our first tournament, which was great. Oops, sorry. And then, of course, I'm not sure if many of you have had a chance, but if you're here and you want to take a walk through and meander through our exhibit downstairs, 'Twas the Light Before Christmas. This is our partnership with the Pecan Group. Pecan Group brought Monet and Van Gogh immersive experience to Honolulu in the last 5 years. We partnered with them to do our first holiday immersive experience. And I can tell you the holiday immersive portion of this is probably just 1/3 of the exhibit downstairs. We have turned Exhibit Hall 3 into a winter wonderland. It's amazing. If you have a chance to meander through our exhibit, please do so today before you leave. You can run through it very quickly. I ran Daniel through it last week. But it's spectacular. We are outpacing our ticket sales right now. We had anticipated our target was 10,000 by opening. We have sold almost about 13,000 tickets right now. So we're ahead in our pace of where we wanted to be prior to Thanksgiving. So we're excited. This is going to be a big success for us. I did want to highlight a new exhibit that will be opening at the Hawaii Convention Center where the taiko drum is on the 3rd floor. If you're familiar with that, right when you come up our elevator here, it'll be to the immediate right, just around the corner of the Kapai Mahu exhibit that we have there. We are partnering with Pohaku Stone, which many of you know, master carver, and he is carving 14 replicas of the original boards. He and his partner have been going to Bishop Museum and doing a lot of research over the last year for us. We will be putting together a storyline, a historical storyline of surfing from its beginning of time that we have archived. And these 14 boards will be on display. This is the first of its kind ever. So there's no other existing exhibit like this. So we're very, very excited to have the opportunity to share the history of surfing in our building to all of our delegates that walk through our building. So very exciting. This will, we will have an official blessing in January. Pohaku is trying to time it with a big surfing event that takes place in January so that we can invite a lot of the professional surfers to our blessing. So we're excited. And of course, all of you will be invited. Just roughly highlighting our carbon offset program, hugely successful. To date, we have planted 464 trees since inception of this program. And those are just some of the events that have, it's an opt-out program. So every booking that we have in-house is automatically enrolled into this program. And we share with them the significance of the program and how every dollar that goes to this program goes right back to planting and reforesting trees out at 2 locations, one at Malai Kahana here on the North Shore and the other one up at Mauna Kea on Hawaii Island.
Okay, I had a question on that part, the
Absolutely.
former part. You know, recently you folks did a program where you partnered with major events on themed food and beverage. Do you plan to do that in the future with other major events? I know you
Yes.
thought about it for the immersive Monet and Van Gogh,
Mhm.
but are you folks thinking of doing that also to bring in more food and beverage?
Yes, absolutely. So like we did with the Okinawan Festival where the Okinawan Association allowed us to really have free reign in a space that we had asked for. And we did our first beer garden, which was a huge success. And of course, knowing, that we're servicing local attendees, we had it priced appropriately. And we had, pupus, like local kind grinds. I can say that, right? And of course, featured local breweries from around Oahu to present their beers or to sell their beers at the brewery at the beer gardens, and also featuring the Aramori,
Aomori Garden.
which is the Aramori Garden, which is yeah. And then we made specialty cocktails with the Aramori to kind of have signature cocktails for the event. It was a huge success. I mean, we sold more beer than I thought we were going to sell. Tripled our profit in food and beverage from what we have in past years. So it was kind of a win-win for everyone. It created a nice experience within the Okinawan Festival that they didn't have before. A lot.
And it was with the break, Mr. Chair, with the price break, they priced it for local customers, so we appreciate that. And I know Hawaiian Airlines, this is on your carbon offset. I know Hawaiian Airlines did this along with other tenants. They also participated in the Genki Ball, they cleaning up the alawai. So that's another sustainability initiative that you folks are doing. Hawaiian Airlines did it, I know.
Yes,
The Okinawan Festival
and the
did.
Bureau the Hawaii Visitors Bureau does a good job in basically presenting a menu of opportunities for organizers to just kind of have a turnkey approach to some of our sustainable initiatives for regenerative tourism. So Genki Balls is just one of them. Our reforesting and carbon offset program is another. Thank you, David. Okay, so before I turn it over to Mari, on this Thanksgiving week, I just wanted to thank all of you for your support here at the Hawaii Convention Center. Thank you for your work that you do. We're thankful for the renewal of our contract. So thank all of you. And we're excited for what the future has to hold for all of us. So thank you for everything that you do. We're filled with gratitude. Mahalo and happy holidays.
Likewise.
Go ahead.
Good morning, members of the board. So I'm here to present our R&M program. You have this in your packets and your handouts, so I'll just flip through this. These are projects that we have ongoing. Some of these, for instance, are photos from the rooftop terrace. Electric metering was something that we had to do to make sure that for all of the upcoming changes, the new lighting and new electrical tie-ins, that we had the proper panels and all, which we do. And then some of the destructive investigation taught us about what really is and how the building or the rooftop was constructed, and what we found was a little different from the plans, but then it helped us, helped the designers, the architects that Isaac spoke about to come up with the proper designs for the repair. So these are all steps that had occurred in the last few months. Excuse me. Our third floor and exterior planner project is ongoing. We are on the grand staircase now. So this is a fairly extensive project where, basically our planters are leaking. So it starts with the excavation of all the planters and then re-waterproofing. And there are some repairs that, of course, you can imagine needs to be done because the waters have been leaking into the walls there of the planters. the lighting project is moving along very well. We're in the ballroom now. We're about 75% completed in the ballroom. The guests are, commenting on how well the new LED lights are illuminating the rooms as well as the hallways. This project, we're going to move through the building as best we can, but the Makai rooms will be on hold until after the rooftop project because that project will basically take out all of the ceiling in the Makai rooms. Painting is also moving along very well. You see the painters now, they're on the corner, outside corner, around the corner window. And then we'll be moving around, going down towards Kalakaua. This is something that you don't quite see open to the public, but the kitchen is very much appreciative of this. And so new flooring going in the kitchen. And then the chiller project is pretty much completed entirely. We just have a few punch list items. So this again, we are tracking and we should see big improvements and savings in our electrical. So this is an overview of the projects that we're working on. And these are the main projects that we have going on and a quick overview of where we are at. So again, the exterior building painting is about 25% complete. We finished one side. We're moving along around the building. Kitchen upgrades are moving along. We finished two. Upgraded the chemical suppression fire system. So that was in all of the main kitchen and all of the satellite kitchens, as well as replacement of the hood controls. So, like many other equipment items in the building, it's original to the building. So repair is difficult because there are no replacement parts available. So the entire system has to be replaced. We spoke about LED lighting. Terry spoke about the new purchases. So it was a little challenge to get all of that in time for the large Twas the Light Before Christmas event. And then our big solar photovoltaic system project. So this would provide big savings to the center. We're still in the procurement process on this. We have received some fairly stout proposals, and we are going through the proposals now to shortlist and select a company. We hope to start installing. We're told that the materials for solar photovoltaic is somewhat difficult and back ordered. So possibly we're looking at maybe third quarter of 25 to install. But, as Terry was mentioning, it's really great that we have a lot of event business. And then it's great that we have approvals and funding to move forward with many of the large upgrades and repairs. But then it's a matter of putting it together. So scheduling has been a big challenge. This is Daniel mentioned some of the projects that we have planned in 26, and this would be with the additional funding, as well as we're taking advantage of when the building is. I'm calling it a modified event schedule for the rooftop, and that'll help with pushing some of the projects through. This is a list of the projects that we have currently managed by our third-party project management company. And then a list of the projects that we have completed since 2020.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mari. Any questions by the board members? Okay, any questions online, Mr.
Sorry,
Johnson? Oh,
Chair.
sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to say to both Terry and you, very, very good. I apologize for my misstep on when this place would be shut down. It's probably also why I left my laptop at the security checkpoint the other day. So it's just getting old here. Anyway, really kudos, Mike Hawaiʻi, bravo. I mean, excellent work. And I'm smiling about what's the title of it? Christmas. Twas the light before Christmas. Excellent. I think from the beginning, Chair Arakawa and I have always talked about the fact that, if you get a lot of what's in it for me activities here at the convention center, it's so helpful to the brand, right? It really makes it like people start talking about the convention center in a way that is quality and, you know, good local experiences, as well as, you know, what it was designed for, which is meetings and conventions. So it's really good work. I appreciate that. The only other comment I wanted to make, my Uchinanchu brother, is I was wondering at what point in today's meeting I was taking bets on when the Okinawan Festival would come up, and sure enough.
You know, wouldn't have to come up if they covered it in the original.
Anyway, thank you.
It's the leader, right? So anyway, okay, if not, Mr. Johnson, any other comments from any Okinawans online?
No comments on the Okinawan Festival or any other topic online.
Okay, so it's been moved, it's been seconded, so Mr. Johnson, could you please take the roll call vote?
Chair Hanneman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Paishan,
Aye.
Member Agas, Member Apo, Member Arakawa,
Aye.
Member Iona, Member McCully,
Aye.
Member Miyasato.
Aye.
Member Fund,
Aye.
Member Tokioka.
Aye.
Member West.
Aye.
Member White.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes the budget and fiscal and convention center portion of the
Thank you.
agenda.
Mahalo. Members, we are now on number 12.
Chair, if I may, we've blown through the 2-hour mark.
Okay, now it's gone.
It's not for me. I can go like a camel. Okay, I'm not that guy.
Okay. All right. Why don't we take a pause for the cause? Take a pause for the cause. 10 minutes.
Okay, go ahead, Chair.
Members, I'd like to call us back to order, and we will go to item number 12. Branding Standing Committee. Before us is Jay Tower of the Hawaii Business Convention Bureau.
Aloha.
Aloha.
I want to make one announcement first. Some of the presentations you'll see here may have been updated at the last minute. Final versions of all the presentations during this section will be uploaded at the end of the board meeting online. Mahalo.
Yes, this board is from Pohaku also. All right, I've been asked to just provide an update on the LA activation that, let's see if I can get this moving. All right, mahalo. We had a great market activation in Los Angeles, and I just wanted to thank HTA leadership on staff and the staff, as well as HTA's, your board of directors, all of you here, and chair who drove this initiative to really allowing us to show you what we could do with some incremental funding focused on a market for a short period of time in a public-private partnership. So our private partners also stepped up as you guys did. And at the end of the day, it's going to be greater than a 3-to-1 private to public partnership commitment from our industry partners. We're still grabbing all the dollar amounts they've put in, but it's close to that now. And when we look at the offers they provided, starting at 20% off and going higher, when you look at that contribution, it's going to be humongous. So we're very excited about what we've learned from this, and look forward to sharing the details with you now. This is kind of the scatter chart of what LA looked like to a marketing person. So let me decipher. On the bottom is, you can see Facebook and the different logos. The significant portion of our funding went to mass media in the marketplace. So that really allowed us to shake the citizens of LA's heads and say, you've forgotten about Hawaii, you've forgotten about Maui, we're here, and allowed us to invite them to come back and visit. On top of that, we did a partnership with KTLA, a major broadcast network in the Los Angeles market. I'll show more details of that in a few slides. We also had a in-person event on Abbot Kinney Boulevard in partnership with Mana Up. And again, we turned all this around in about 30 days. So we needed to look to someone who had done this before. We had partnered with Mana Up in the past, and so we knew they could turn on a dime. We also knew from previous market saturations where we had a significant budget that allowed us to do research on the programs, that when we had in-person events, that really made a difference. My background is more mass media, and so I was all about that. But when we did the research, I learned that when you get the people of Hawaii in front of the people in the marketplace, that's when business happens. They connect with someone, they see the uniqueness of our culture, the aloha spirit, the knowledge they can learn and gain from. So that made a difference. So we wanted to make sure we had that opportunity as well. Upper right, we have a bunch of logos from the media we met with while we were in the market. We also had a consumer direct co-op program, again, a public-private partnership there that allowed us to get closer to the point of sale and really inspire our partners to get into a sales mode while we were in the Los Angeles market. So that's the overview, a little detail. Paid media, impressions are great. So we had significant weight on media, sharing the people, the place, the Hawaiian Islands with a focus on Maui. But it really allowed us to, again, get them out of their mode. They've been traveling to Europe, they've been traveling to the Caribbean, they've been going to Mexico. A lot of them had forgotten about Maui and Hawaii, so we wanted to get their minds back on us. Social did the same. Again, a lot of impressions in the LA market alone. So it really allowed us to share our brand vision with them, share our invitation to come visit with them. And then we got to the Aloha Market in partnership with Mana Up. We had 57 brands, small businesses, really getting a leg up to connect with consumers in Los Angeles, promote their brands, promote their products, and sell product. Most of them ran out of product. So we were overwhelmed by the attendees. It went past anyone's expectations. We had lines out the door, down the street, waiting for us to open the second and third mornings. But it wasn't just showing product and buying amazing chocolate, though I did sample some. But it was also workshops. So it again allowed our small businesses from Maui and across the state to go get up and share their expertise with the people of Los Angeles and really show them what makes us all so unique. So 31 activations of workshops, demos, panels. We also had separate events for VIPs, which include media, influencers, travel advisors, and of course the group sales folks. We got a lot of coverage on media in the local market, 28 media placements, 36 million impressions. I think that's just a lot of impressions, but it was newsworthy. It had a buzz, you know, and it really created excitement in the marketplace. And I think really opened people's minds to think about Maui and Hawaii again. These are the local businesses, probably hard to see here, but from some of our larger partners like King's Hawaiian Bread, but also some who are just starting up like Coco Moon, Bizia, and a bunch of others, and amazing people. You know, these are small businesses who are putting themselves on the line, coming through the wildfires, coming through post-COVID, and really looking for some assistance. And I think as HTA talks about a lot with regenerative tourism, this is a way to really inspire other small businesses to go for it and work in partnership with us as we continue to do this kind of work. We have a little video that captures some of the spirit. Yeah, it's really nice. We were scrambling. But and I forgot to mention, Blaine really stepped in also and brought in Hawaiian Airlines to help support the event. So again, a great public-private partnership. We took advantage of the media platform also to really create some buzz. And this was listening to the industry on Maui. They said, you know, there's a lot of messaging out there. There's no single message. There's a lot of messaging out there, and not all of it is welcoming people to come back. So it'd be great if we could get the mayor and the governor to make a statement and to invite people back to Maui and the state. And fortunately, again, working with HTA leadership, the invitation went out to Mayor Bisson and Governor Green, as well as Senator DeCoit and Wakai. But we got Mayor Bisson on air. We got Governor Green on air. We had an amazing coverage. It wasn't just the folks we paid money to who got us on air. It was other newscasters in the marketplace that gave us coverage. The LA show, which we did throw a little bit of money into, and our partners at Marriott covered what we spent and doubled it up. And so it allowed us to get 3 airings so far in prime time of a 30-minute show, all focused on Maui and the state. So an incredible show. We're looking forward to getting a bonus showing on the 27th. So hopefully that does come to life. But great promotional effort here. They also extended, you know, as we negotiated with them to make sure they took advantage of their social media platform. And so we break it out here for what we received for our funding, which was pretty much matched for Marriott as well. You'll notice their click-through rate is a little higher. That's because they have a specific offer in their messaging that really does drive traffic. Again, more impressions and click-through rates. The engagement rate was great for video. If you look at industry standards, that's well above those. And then just a lot of coverage. Here's just kind of a scatterboard of what all that was shown throughout the week. And again, it wasn't just those 3 shows and maybe the bonus. It was also coverage. They came to the Mana Up, Aloha Marketplace. So a lot of coverage for us on a big reach media partner. Then our PR team met in person with 7 editors and freelance writers. Media's changed, so there's a lot of traction we can get with freelance writers. So you'll see we met with 7, but we got more than 7 titles up there because people do now submit their articles to more than 1 title. But great titles: LA Times, New York Times, Smithsonian Magazine, Travel and Leisure, Fedoras, etc. And then while we were at the marketplace, several of our industry partner hoteliers grabbed us by the arm and said, if you get media coming out to Maui, we'll cover the costs while they're there. We'll take care of their lodging, so the partnership continued. One of the great ones that's happening right now is being shot today, tomorrow, Saturday, thank you, on Maui. It's Tastemade and it's their top show from scratch. So it allows us to talk about the ag all the way to cuisine, kind of regenerative tourism storyline that we want to put out in the marketplace, and also on their best, highest ranked show for viewership. In terms of the partner contributions that we've received to date, again, this is all qualitative. We had one partner switch their national media buy to focus on LA for the month. So really kind of following the lead of HTA, as you guys set the direction, we're working with the private industry partners to make sure they come along and are focused in the same place. They're eager to do so because it helps their business results as well. We had other partners come in and have travel agent and group client events. They followed up our media blitz with their media blitz. So we coordinated with industry partners to allow us to go first, tell the larger brand story, and then let them come in and be real specific about their particular products and services. As I mentioned earlier, they grabbed us by the arm and said, we want to help. When you bring media to the market, to Maui or to the state, we'll help. And then everyone who had an offer, we asked that be a minimum 20% off, which is 5th night free if it's a hotel. But we saw a lot of 4th, and we even saw a 3rd night free at a high-end luxury property. Almost got me going, but it was significant offers. Qualitatively, we've heard a lot of positive things. I've got a list of stuff here. I think probably the most significant was this past week, we circled back with 3 major flags, hotel brands, and they all said they've seen a change. They've seen a change in bookings across the state, on Maui in particular, really for close-in business. So the next 30 to 60 days. So that would make it through the holiday season, but then also Q1. And then a large wholesaler who's led by a gentleman who goes by the first name Jack, said his business is up all of a sudden through the Q1. So some of that is group business coming into Oahu in Q1, but that's helping set the base. But we're seeing a change in the booking pace. We're seeing a change in the booking window. So we're seeing some positivity in the first quarter. We're not seeing it through the end of the year yet. We're still seeing softness post Q1, but there is some positive indicators there. The public-private partnership, just another eye test. These are all the folks who jumped in and provided offers. So, one of the largest public-private partnership programs we've ever run. So there's significant appetite in the marketplace for us to do this. We keep reminding you that there's appetite to do more. So we look forward to being able to help with that. Our travel trade team also came in and conducted education and training. So as we're doing the marketing, as we're changing the minds of the consumers, we also know a percentage of them go to their travel agents to book. We want to make sure that they were educated on the latest information on Maui in particular, but statewide as well. And once they know the latest and once they're confident in the information they have, they're more likely to sell the destination. So we made sure that this was a big part of it. We had, let's see, in terms of partners, we had 20 Hawaii supplier partners tag along with us. So again, a great public-private partnership, but really focused on educating the travel sellers in the marketplace. And then the co-op and partner marketing went to the website. We had over 130 offers there that were at least 20% off. So significant number of partnership offers, and thanks to you for the funding and for the faith to get this marketplace going. I think the one slide I did add at the end here, as Daniel alluded to, shows the book. This is the latest we have on Maui. If you look, say in June at the far right column, October 13th to November 3rd, it goes from 14% to 15%. It's getting worse the closer you get in. Same for July, same for August, 16.9 to 17.6. But when you get to October, it's almost flat, 14.7 to 15.3. But then November and December, it gets much better. We were down on October 13th for the month of November, 33%, and now we're down 13.4. So it's not a home run, but it's certainly trending in the right direction. Same thing for December, from 36.4 to 24.8. So still some more work to be done, but it looks like the trend is changing, and hopefully it sticks. And as I mentioned, anecdotally, our partners are saying they're seeing the same thing. So I know we all would like to have an absolute data dump on the results, but at this time, that's what we're able to pull. And I'm now open to any questions.
Questions, members? Member Tokyo.
Yeah, Jay, thank you. So yeah, you said data. Was any part of the promotion, did they do a promotional code so that you can see it here, or this is where it came from, instead of speculate that that's the booking came from that blitz?
What we've learned is the private industry partners, when they get you on the phone, their team is incented to make a sale. And so a particular offer may get you on the phone, but they're going to sell you what they can and what that salesperson's incented to sell. So in the past, when we've had codes like that, we didn't get traction on those because people were selling off to another package. So we also have found in the past that we can't really tell private industry partners how to sell or what to sell.
I get that.
And so that's kind of where we stopped doing that.
But they do it on their own right now anyway.
They do, right?
They do. I look at Outrigger's site, they have promotional codes, so they do it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking. And I'm not sure if that list of hotels that was on that list that you had up there, I don't know, 3 or 4 pages back, partners. And the reason I asked is because some of the hotels were asking me how come they weren't included, and I didn't have that answer. I knew we would be doing this. Yeah, I'll get that.
Yeah, we did as great an outreach as we possibly could. So if there's someone who we didn't reach, let me know, please, and we'll connect back with them.
And then, so how much did you say the blitz cost? Or how much was did you spend on the blitz?
1.5 million.
Okay, and that money came from where? Because it was last minute, right?
Yes, that was.
And okay, first of all, what happened was good. We got exposure, it was good. But on the other hand, as you know, we have also, people that have been depending on the money that HTA provides for funding. So we must have taken that money from someplace else, because it didn't come, unless I'm not aware of it, it didn't come from the emergency fund, or did it?
So I'm not probably the best person to speak to governance and funding from the budget.
I'll speak to that. So at the previous board meeting, it was approved this LA activation is part of the base funding for the calendar year 24 and 24 year for the HTUSA. And then we would make adjustments. There was a request for budget for fiscal year 26 to cover the cost. So the amount of work would be shifted into 26. So, but if the funding was not approved, then we would have to adjust at the end of the fiscal year, which is somewhere in May or June, about changing the work. And this is all allowed under the contract, because under the contract, we're allowed to change the work plan, not the total scope of work, because this comes under these type of activations is within their overall scope of work in the contract. However, they had submitted at the beginning of the year a plan of action, right? However, due to these economic conditions and the slowdown from Maui, the board all approved that they need to pivot. HTUSA needs to pivot to create this activation for more short-term relief and creating demand in this period of time. So that's what happened. It comes from the base contract. So the board does not have to approve any change in the budget because it's part of their budget currently approved by the board.
Okay, so Daniel, you said contract. Do you have a contract?
Yes.
When did we do that contract?
Our contract for HTUSA was last
Not it was for that promotion.
23.
No, it's.
Oh, I'm sorry, the
we've got
time
an
when we
annual
did.
contract.
Yeah, annual.
Yeah.
Jay, I know that. Do you have a contract for that? That
This
that's
is,
it.
so we were asked by the Brand Standing Committee and the board to go ahead and initiate this program, and we were provided funding. And Daniel's explaining where that funding came from internally, which.
As I mentioned, the scope of work that this falls under is part of their contract. They can, by submitting a work plan to include these types of initiatives, it does not require a change or amendment to the existing contract. All they have to do is submit a change in the work plan, which is then reviewed by the brand team here. It still falls within their base scope of work.
But okay, so let me just say that I think what happened was a good thing. But we also have procurement and procedures that we have to follow. So I'd like to see that contract for that. I really would. Because as a board member, I don't remember some of the specifics that you talked about. And again, I think it was a good promotion, but we need to protect ourselves from ourselves. And if we didn't do some of the things that we should have done, then we need to make sure that we make sure that we align with what those procedures and policies are. So, you know, if it worked as well as you say, and I believe you, Jay, then why don't, as we go forward, why don't we just take the money that we appropriated for whatever we took it from and use it for that and make it bigger? So then we really don't need the money for the 1.5 that we took it from to use for that promotion.
So I think just to underscore what the CEO is saying. And again, these are all public meetings. We can go back and roll the tape. This board approved the 1.5 million installation. We did.
Without details, but the contract comes.
But I think what the CEO is saying, Director, is that within the purview of the contract with Jay's firm, they have the ability to do that.
Okay.
It's not a new contract, is what he's saying.
Well,
It may also
program. It's a new program, Daniel. It's a new program.
Right, and all of this.
But their role is to market and market the state.
And I commend them for
Oh,
that.
no, and that's what they did. So it's within the purview of the contract to do that.
And may I also reiterate, it was presented to both the Brand Standing Committee and Budget and Finance multiple times, actually, and full board multiple times before the board voted on it in the September board meeting. So it has been presented with actually with this level of detail. Each of the initiatives that were going to be done, the marketplace description, the media descriptions, the co-op, as well as the matching partnerships. We had a lot of detail at that September meeting to present, and previous to it as well over the course of time. And to more importantly, it was driven by staff and stakeholders. So we've been having stakeholder meetings since earlier in the year about the need in the US and Canada markets to drive short-term demand to make up for the slowdown that's been happening due to the Maui wildfires and other extenuating circumstances. And through that, we came up with this program and has been presented and vetted through both stakeholders and the board.
And I'd probably just add as well from the Branding Standing Committee perspective, the theme was kako, that the partners would have to pony up support. Unlike after the wildfires in Lahaina, when certain parts of the industry stepped up and others didn't, this was a requirement to be a part of this program, that you have to kako, you have to be a part of the solution. That list, I think, demonstrates kako. And the other deliverable from this exercise was we're going to go back and look at who did step up and who didn't. And the next time you have these opportunities, that should be part of the criteria by which we launch these programs. The last thing I'll say is that marketing and branding isn't an exact science. To me, the proof is in the pudding. All of those partners are not complaining about their contributions. They're seeing results. That is the data point that I think we should focus on.
Okay. Yeah, I would just say that some of the partners didn't feel like they were included. That's the first inquiry that I got. And then when I saw all of those lists, I went, oh, there's a lot of people. So I'm just asking questions that people have been asking me. And some of the concerns that they brought up was kind of concerning. So I'll go back and some of that information came from people that are connected to this program. So we'll go back and check. And again, it was good. So instead of doing some of the promotions that we were appropriating that money for, why don't we just take it from there and make it bigger? And then, you, Jay, and HBCB should be saying, this was so good. We're going to come and we're going to recommend that next year's budget, we do more of this and less of that. But I didn't hear you go that far. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, well, let me offer some thoughts here. The beauty of the Hawaii Tourism Authority is that we stand as a bridge between government, where our funding comes from, and also private industry. Private industry had been clamoring for some kind of messaging campaign that would be clear from the highest government officials involved, governor of the state and the mayor, that Maui was indeed open and ready to start welcoming people back. Industry could not get the governor and the mayor involved in their own campaigns that they were running. To their credit, they were continuing to try to do what they were doing. But the mixed messaging that was out there was handicapping all our efforts. So industry, if some of them weren't involved in this one here, I think they got to look at it collectively. We did a big boost and favor to the industry by having the unequivocal support of the governor of the state and the mayor of Maui on this trip. The proof in the pudding is they came away very gratified and happy with what they saw. The proof in the pudding is a major takeaway of this is the Los Angeles Rams want to do something with Hawaii, especially Maui, on a regular basis. I have been instructed by the governor to have HTA start working on those details to see what that might look like. Mayor Bussin is extremely happy that the Rams are looking to come to Maui. So a 3-to-1 match, and I've done these things a lot. I used to be the director of DBET. I was the mayor of Honolulu. When you have that kind of participation from the private sector and you can prove that, that's great, because you know what? The next time we go out, we don't have to blow the conch shell as loud and as long. They're going to come because we're going to say, look what happened in LA. This portends good things because the next target should be the Bay Area, San Francisco. That's our base market. And when you look at Maui, that's where their travelers come from. domestic USA, especially the West Coast and Canada. So we're not POW yet. That's why I'm so sanguine about Maui going forward, because 6,000 to 7,000 people from the mainland are there in Maui this week, from 8 college basketball teams across the nation. I'm very happy with what they're seeing. Wow, it is good to come back. Wow, businesses are open. Small businesses are all saying, this is great. And a lot of them are saying, it's making a difference, that governor and mayor are making it really clear. We are open. We want you to return. So we can sit back and kind of let private sector drive this, but success will be very limited. That's why HTA exists. Again, we are that bridge between government and private industry. And the more that we can demonstrate this, the better off we'll be going forward. I also would note that the Senate Tourism Chair was on the trip. Very happy. Also encouraging us to do something with the Rams. Another member of the Senate Tourism Committee was also on the trip. He too was very happy. So it's a situation whereby I think all the steps were taken, as Daniel just reiterated. Every step along the way, this was vetted, Budget Committee, Brand Committee, and then it came before the board for a vote. We voted for it. Majority of the HCA supported this. So to me, we need to look going forward, seeing how we can do it better going forward, so forth. But we cannot argue against success. This was an unqualified success, in my opinion. And as I said, the two individuals that really had a lot to say about it, the governor and the mayor, were very happy with the results of this trip. So Jay, we thank HBCB for stepping up as quickly as you did. This was an emergency situation, and to have the industry also participate as much as they did at that particular point in time. Some of the folks that were saying, "Hey, how come you guys didn't go sooner? Why didn't you do sooner?" Mayor Bisson was very grateful that we gave him the time. 1 year we waited before we pushed something like this or promulgated something like this, because that time was needed for healing on Maui. So he's very, very grateful for HTA for not being on the side of those that were urging the government to get involved sooner rather than later. So those are just some of my thoughts on this. This is not a decision situation here. It was just a report on the trip. Daniel?
Committee Chair, I just wanted to follow up on, in our committee meeting, after Jay's presentation, the success of the LA campaign, we did start to discuss the issues that, according to our hotel pace reports and other data, it's still very soft after the first quarter. And we made a point that we would utilize the success to look at other markets, Bay Area, or going back into LA to re-emphasize the work that we had done. However, we made it clear that there is additional cost that would far exceed the base budget that we have now for their current work, because they still have to do work with travel trade, still have to work with our base campaign of the people, the place, the Hawaiian Islands. So we said we would work on coming up with a new proposal to bring forward to the board and the branding committee, as well as figure out the funding, which, as we presented in our $80 million ask, includes additional funding for these types of initiatives, because we knew the base funding was not enough to cover over the period of the next year that we would need these issues. I just want to bring that up. Mahalo.
Member White.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Jay. Are you able to quantify the contributions from the partners? Not the discounts on the booking end, but the advertising, participation, the airfare, and all the cost for the partners to go up and participate. Do you have some sense of what the ratio is?
Yeah,
between
we've
our
asked
expenditure?
we've asked for that information. Not everyone has been super responsive, but 2.25 is where we've gotten so far, and we know there's some big pukas in there. some people who were significant partners who haven't given us a number yet. And so those are kind of the hard costs before you get to the discounting.
Okay, so that would suggest that the private sector is putting in about double what HTA did.
With hard costs.
Is that roughly what you would normally anticipate in this kind of a program, or would you expect it to be higher or lower?
That's a win. Yeah, 2 to 1's really, really positive.
Thank you, Chair.
Just have a question.
Member Iona.
Jay, when was this promotion? It doesn't have what date was the promotion?
It was the month of September most significantly, but then we had some efforts going into October as well. And
Okay, so you came to the tourism conference and you did report to several hundred people in the room about the success of options you were providing. One of them was this option. The other one was there were other speakers that provided, without you even knowing, that came from the United States and all over the world, sharing opportunities of marketing and what we need to do at the conference. And one of the things that I thought was really interesting is the United States representative who shared who our market was. And I think he was a guest speaker. So what I'm trying to share is, you had 30 days. You did a great job. I watched it on Hawaii News Now and HON and everybody. And I think you could have missed the boat on a couple of people. But then I've been watching the feedback of hotels that are not listed here. One of them was, and the reason why I follow the Big Island is there's a client that goes there a lot. And they are offering programs and opportunities for people to come there with discounts and options of tours and all of this. So I think there's always this residual we have in hotel industry, right? You can't tell it here, but then you did provide that information at the tourism conference. I sat in that presentation you did. So I think it's just a portion of all the other things you've done. And I am very happy that we did provide the opportunity for you to do that and take some of his money and be able to
Until the 18th, yes.
Yeah. Shut up. To present. Ouch, that hurts. Don't want to see it.
It hurts me.
But anyway, so I think that I want to share that you did present it at the tourism conference, and it was a very good presentation. And I think there were other people in the room that were very impressed with what you had provided. And I'm very appreciative of Mana Up. I think Todd and I sit on another committee with this woman, and I think what they have shared with us about what they do. So you did the best you could, and I think it was a great presentation.
thank you for that. Yeah, we're part of a great team. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Jay, thank you again for your in-depth presentation. I have a question for you, and then actually have a question for Chair Hanneman. The question is, so you heard the request from Director Tokioka. What is going to be the follow-up in terms of identifying who else you folks would want to maybe contact in the future?
In terms of replicating or doing something similar
If
again?
the scenario would be if there's a replication or doing something similar, yes.
Yeah, I think CEO responded to that earlier with how you'd approach it from a budgeting perspective. In terms of a marketing perspective, it depends on the funding that's available. If we have funding for 2 markets, I think we'd extend to San Francisco, but what we're hearing loud and clear from travel sellers right now is we've got to LA. To not go back would be, leaving business on the table, so having some frequency there would be helpful. So we'd look at that. We'd look at the numbers. We have been looking at the numbers. We're looking to see what the top 5 markets are, kind of where we're shortest on some of those key markets. Some markets are down 10%, others are down 3%. We look at the travelers from that marketplace as a percentage of the overall population to get a sense for the cost to go to that market. For example, we have penetration of only about 9% in New York. Media costs are high. So to really move the New York market would be so much more expensive than the other markets that are ranked higher than them. So we look at a variety of factors to to decide which markets would be appropriate to go to next. And then we work with the team on staff at HGA, and then of course with the brand standing committee and BNF and everyone else to understand what assets you'll allocate to us to take advantage of in these opportunities.
Thank you. Actually, so the question goes to both CEO Nahopi as well as Chair Hanneman. So what is your current thinking, given that we heard the presentation of results, heard clearly from Chair Hanneman that there is a desire to extend to San Fran and maybe other markets? What is the thinking in terms of these kinds of activation events that that would be very similar to this for upcoming months or a year out?
And, I have been presenting that in this current year, our goal is for short-term recovery of both the US-Canada markets as well as rebuilding our international. And you'll see some of what we're doing in Brand USA, which reflects the same thing. We're moving lower down for marketing people. We're moving lower down on the funnel because we know we need to get rooms sold, people here to participate in activities right now. So even though we're doing general broad marketing, we are pushing down lower. We will continue to do that. And that's one of the reasons why when we made our presentations to ask for the fiscal year 26-27 budget, we did indicate that these types of intensive saturation type of initiatives are required, particularly in US and in Japan. Both of those are two largest markets. And we put that requested additional funding into our budget. So yeah, you can see from the staff, there's a commitment over the next 2 years or so to continue to do these projects.
And can I just add really quickly? So I think the reason we are all on these subcommittees, the branding committee being one of them, is to vet these ideas and to set the tone for planning, right? You've heard me say before that you don't budget and then horseshoe your plan into, your marketing and branding plan into that. You've got to start it the other way. And the budget is a byproduct of all that strategy and planning. So those conversations do take place. And if we get quorum, we can make a lot of decisions. And when we don't, we simply have the chair on the call. And so that's a plug for, if you're on the committee, participation is really, really critical so that when we get to this place, we're not rehashing stuff that technically the subject matter committee should be deciding or making suggestions on.
Okay, no other questions. Thank you, Jay.
All right, mahalo.
We'll now move to 12B, which is a discussion on a JATA Expo, Japan Mission, and other updates from Hawaii Tourism.
He's gonna take it, Eric will take it from online.
Oh, Eric will take it online. So we'll have Eric Takahata. Eric, we appreciate, I know you're feeling under the weather. Thank you for making yourself available.
Eric, oh, there we go.
You're on, Eric.
Okay. So let's see, let me share my screen. Why isn't it not letting me share my screen?
Maybe your screen caught what you get.
Oh, here we go. JD, do you have my presentation? Well, While JD looks for that, Chair, I just wanted to apologize. I was planning to attend in person, but driving in this morning, I thought it would be a bad idea and did the responsible thing and taking this presentation from the office. Especially didn't want to give welcome new board member Alpo with a cold. So, out of respect to not only board member Alpo, but everyone else, I made the executive decision to stay away. And so, but is this something that JD, can you?
We're loading it up.
They're loading up now, Eric.
Man, look at that. What is that? Huh.
Eric, your slides will be up momentarily.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close my slideshow then. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, and additional apologies for the technical difficulty here. We've been asked to share with the board and members as well as the public a snapshot of what's happening in the Japan market. I can overall tell you that the Japan market is recovering. It is not recovering as quick as we want it to, and I'll get into it of why not. In our presentation, there's mainly two annoying, irritating factors that are just holding us back, and I'll comment on it in the presentation. If we could go next slide, please. Okay, so if we look at what's happening in the Japan market, right, from 21 to now, we're trending in the right direction. It's not trending as quick as we want it to, or as quick as anybody wants it to, right, in the state, but we are trending positively. So that's something that we're very, very optimistic on, and we continue to kind of drive this fact that we are trending in the right way. Next slide, please. So when you look at, what's happening on arrivals, spending, so on and so forth, we look at the numbers on your right column. We're about not quite half recovered, right, on everything. But the thing that we are up on, which is very interesting, is per person per day spending and the length of stay. So right now, because it costs so much for the Japanese person to come to Hawaii, we see them staying here a little longer, which is good for us. Next slide, please. And then we look at the impact of tourism from Japan, right, to the state. And, we look pre-pandemic, 2019, 1.576 million arrivals, good for about 2.2 billion in spending and about 250-60 million in tax revenues in 2019 pre-pandemic. And like I mentioned in the previous slide, we're about halfway of 2019. So again, I'll draw everyone's attention to something that is, in our opinion, pretty phenomenal. Okay, so when you look at the per person per day average spending from 2019, right, pre-pandemic, 241.6. The forecast that we look to end 2024 in is 241.9. Now that's slightly up. It's not up a whole lot, but it's up. Consider this, in 2019, right, the rate of inflation for the entire US, 1.8%. You know what it is today? 4.1%. That's our rate of inflation as it relates to the consumer price index, CPI. And it keeps going up, right? We hear that the inflation is getting under control, but still, this is one of the annoying factors for the Japan market recovery, is that this inflation rate of the US, and Hawaii is not, we are all part of that, right? We see prices, for those of us who live here, I always reiterate this, that when you go out and buy a plate lunch, I can't believe it. It's so expensive. And so, this coupled now with your exchange rate, right? Today, it's about 154 to the dollar, the Japanese yen. Back in 2019, we ended 2019 with 109 per Japanese yen. We're 30% down on spending power. We're also facing double-digit US inflation, and our per person per head spending is 241.9. So, members, I would just like to point that out, that that's a pretty significant kind of, when you calculate the delta of what the Japanese visitor right now is overcoming, that is, for us, a good sign. Now, I'll also add that in this spending kind of discussion or analysis, these numbers that we get reported on, right, from DBED and HTA, these numbers don't reflect anything that a Japanese visitor comes here for and purchases as far as real estate goes. Now, I know we've had this discussion before, and I just would like to raise it to the members that please consider, Kaka'ako is over 50% Japanese owned. And we know the price of those units, and I'm sure member Apo would be able to kind of comment on this as well. And then we look at stuff like timeshare, right? Timeshare, I cannot disclose which company, but they're reporting that 350 million for 2024 of new timeshare sales. And with the life of the timeshare per unit, that's when you extrapolate it out over time, that's worth almost $1 billion of money coming into the state. Now, timeshares, right? They pay property tax and they also pay TAT tax. So they do throw in to the direct funding that we receive. But I think, those considerations have not been really discussed. And we feel that because the Japanese love Hawaii so much and come here on vacation, maybe once, on the second time they come back, they'll buy a timeshare at one of the timeshare companies. Or they'll look at Kaka'ako and buy, a multi-million-dollar penthouse or condominium, so on and so forth. So something to consider where the Japanese market truly is. I think there needs to be more discussion about that. Next slide, please. So now when we look at a package cost comparison, right? Where do we fall against our competition? So this is something that is a little troubling. We've been telling the board and members that other destinations are outspending us on the destination marketing, so on and so forth. But also, they're also making gains as far as their arrival numbers and spending numbers. And so when you look at the top, chart there, a 4-night vacation to Hawaii for the Japanese person is about 320,000 yen for that one package per person. Now, when we look at and so please ignore the closer destinations, which are way cheaper than us, because we're not going to compete with the people that go to Seoul or Taiwan or Bangkok and so on and so forth. But we look at the long haul, right? You want to go apples to apples. So when you look at Australia, look at the price of the same package. You look at the price to Bangkok. You look at the price to Paris. You look at the price to LA, Los Angeles, and then Singapore. So the ones we're tracking right now really are making gains is Australia and Singapore, and Europe, like London. So when we dove into the macroeconomics of what's happening in each of these destinations where the Japanese are going to now. Australia is already back to 2019 numbers for the Japanese market. Airlines are adding back flights to Australia because demand is rising. And again, if we just look at Australia, when we look at the two factors that I mentioned earlier, their rate of inflation is pretty much held in check. The US is double digits up. Australia is not even a point up when you take today's inflation rate on the CPI versus 2019. And also the strength of the Australian dollar versus the Japanese yen, that stayed in check as well. We look at Singapore, same situation. Now, London is the outlier. And bookings to London from Japan are rising, as well as Paris. But when we look at the inflation factor for London, that one, it spiked for 2024. It is forecasted to go down below 2019 numbers. For London, for inflation. And then the British pound. This one is where it's kind of like us. They're 30% up on the Japanese yen. But when you look at value for money and what you can get, for about the same amount of money, they're picking Europe, they're picking, Singapore, and Australia. And then you look at 2025, that's kind of a snapshot of what it looks like moving forward into the second month of next year, 2025. Next slide, please. So again, what are we doing? That's kind of a snapshot. So then the next question is, then what are we doing, right? What is HDJ doing in market? And, the war cry has been loud and clear from this board, from the market. get the Japanese back to Hawaii. And so I offer up those two really stubborn macroeconomic factors about the inflation and the unfavorable exchange rate as kind of like hurdles for us to, we have to attack, and we have to address what to do with these two main hurdles. That is, quite frankly, holding up the return of the Japan market. It's really expensive for them to come here right now. So coming out of the pandemic, at the direction of HTA and this board, we pivoted from the Malama campaign to Yappari Hawaii, which is a more kind of aggressive campaign that really draws the consumer in to the ads, and then drives bookings, right? And we point all of the business opportunities to our suppliers, our online travel agencies, airlines, so on and so forth. So you see a number of impressions that we have year to date. Next slide, please. So PR, we continue to pump it for earned media, and of course we have unearned media as well, but the PR surrounding Hawaii. So understand this, and I reported it last board meeting and the previous board meeting, but for Expedia, the online travel agency, they're the biggest supplier of Japanese visitors to Hawaii in 2023. And they did a survey for us. They're very great partners. They help us with a lot of data points. The number one most desired destination for the Japanese person to go to this summer, was Hawaii. But where do we fall in actual conversions with Expedia? We're down at about 7. So they want to come to Hawaii, but it's so expensive that they go someplace else, like Australia and Singapore. So the good news is that demand, that they want to come here. It's aspirational. They want Hawaii, but realistically, when they look at, oh my gosh, my yen, how far is that going to go? And we've battled everything in the Japanese media, from it costs, $50 for a bowl of ramen, so on and so forth. So, we're addressing these issues, and we're trying to affect the Japanese at the consumer level to really change the way they think. And so when we move forward into our initiatives that HTJ is implementing, it is to address these two things, right? We need value add. So we are working with a lot of partners with value add, meaning that can we defray the cost, not go on sale, not do a discount, but can we defray the cost for the Japanese visitor in other ways? For example, through food and beverage, through activities, through something else where we can defray the cost once they get here. And the second thing is how do we, and it's very related, right? How do we defray costs in the light of inflation and that unfavorable exchange rate? And so these are the two focuses that we are concentrating on in all of our efforts in market. Next slide, please. So our industry partner collaborations, and we look at these as co-ops, and our to answer any maybe potential questions at the end, our co-op ratio has not changed for HTJ, and it's always been over 3 to 1. So for every dollar we invest, the partner has to invest triple that, not in kind, not in that kind of stuff, but actual resources and funds to that co-op. And so we're happy to report ANA, Hawaiian Airlines, awesome, right? Japan Airlines, awesome, have been working really well with us in these co-ops. And again, all in the name of driving bookings and combating this spending challenge that we have. So right now for ANA, we're still waiting for their numbers. They're still running the co-op for us, and we don't have those numbers yet. And then let's see, Japan Airlines, you see the 70th year anniversary campaign, and that ended in the summer. But this campaign or co-op that we entered into with Japan Airlines actually helped us increase their bookings over the summer by over 10% compared to 2023. So, the results are being reported by our partners that, anything that we go in with them on and we help them with, it's an overall kind of messaging and an overall kind of initiative, right, to promote Hawaii and have as many people talking about Hawaii as possible. Next slide, please. So the travel trade co-op, same thing. HIS JTB really cranking along now. They were slow out of the blocks in 2021 and 2022, but 23 and 24, we see them becoming JTB and HIS. And the co-op numbers that we have currently is right now for JTB, their FIT and package, is up over 30%, directly related to the co-op that we did with them from 2023. And group business is up around 5% over 2023. So it's a double kind of banger for HIS. And JTB, same thing, right? JTB is reporting that similar numbers. They're up on both groups FIT, which is just music to our ears, right? We're getting more business for groups, we're getting more business for package, which is the leisure traveler. Expedia as well. We don't have their numbers quite yet, but they're still running through the campaign, so we'll get that, and you will have it in our report, our annual report. Next slide, please. So Rakuten, Veltra, Media, same thing. We are pumping it and trying to drive bookings as quick as possible and get this market back. Again, you say, for example, you look at Rakuten Travel, you get 5% more points is what they're calling this, which equates into dollars, right? So they'll give you 5% more points if you choose Hawaii, and you can use those points to then, for meals or wherever, you use Rakuten points. Next slide, please. Media travel trade will continue with FAMs, the Japanese will continue education of the industry as well as organizations in Japan. Next slide, please. Media travel trade education, again, can't mention enough about this. Educating how to sell Hawaii. And I'll mention on these per kind of seminar or per sales initiative or a briefing that we have, there's over 500 people in the audience, 200 to 500 people in the audience, and Mitsue does a fantastic job of educating them. They want the tools. They want to know how to get an advantage over, say, for example, in a Singapore or over, like Europe or Australia, right? And so that's what we're equipping them to do in these media travel trade education seminars. Next slide, please. Okay, Japan missions, we continue to do in-market, in-person. You heard Jay talk about in-person. For us, in-person is invaluable. It is fantastic. And the turnout has just been every year since coming out of the pandemic, year over year, doing just more and more in-market. I'll point out a couple of things. This September, we were blessed enough to have our legislative members, and this was organized by Chair Mufi, and got the legislators together, and right after Los Angeles, got them on a plane, had them fly out to Tokyo right after Los Angeles. And this was really important because I can't remember the last time where we had this kind of significant number of members from the legislature attend something in person in Japan. And we had meetings for 2 days. We had this VIP mahalo reception where we were able to meet all the key decision makers, the presidents and CEOs of our supplier companies. And you had like the WAM chair, De La Cruz, you had the speaker, Nadine Nakamura. And we had these kinds of members, a tourism chair, a Decoit. And we really had these key people from the legislature come with us on this trip. So, that's something that hats off to Mufi, and he spearheaded. And then before that, I want to also call attention to what Director Tokioka is doing with the governor in Japan. And it's really good when you're an international destination and you have that attention of our top brass here in our state. So, Director Tokioka has been on several missions with the governor and bringing these delegations to Japan. Well, part of it for tourism, but a lot of it, what a lot of people don't see behind the scenes is that, our state is trying to drive economic development, right, from DBED standpoint. And tourism is important, but we also want to expand on helping to pivot off of tourism, but we're not forgetting what our bread and butter is. And so it's great that these two gentlemen are heading these things up for us, and we get a lot of attention in Japan. And I think next year we're going to do it again. And then the Tourism Expo, which is the same time as our VIP reception and meetings. We always attend this, and this is the biggest travel and consumer trade show in Japan. And our budget is reduced, right? We're very our resources are kind of stretching. We need to stretch longer and bigger, and so our pavilion size was not that big. Like we got trounced by Korea, South Korea, got trounced by Singapore, we got trounced by Europe and everybody else. But happy to report that the Hawaii Pavilion, because our team worked very hard and hand in hand with HTA staff, the board, the chair, as well as DBED, because we know that, they helped us with a lot of things behind the scenes and getting this off the ground, that we won. The Hawaii booth pavilion won the Grand Prix as the best booth at the Tourism Expo. So again, we don't have the most budget, but man, we try to just punch above our weight class here. Oh, sorry, next slide, please, sorry. Made in Hawaii promotion, this is something that we've increased our presence on, more resources, more partners. You'll see more and more collaboration here, getting Made in Hawaii products out into Japan. Next slide, please. And then romance promotion, right? We continue. The romance market, very lucrative market, high spending demographic, back about 50%, so same as the market. But we hear, and we're working with the Wedding Association here in Hawaii as well as in Japan to further kind of fortify this and get more bookings. Right now, people ask, well, who are we losing to? We're losing to Okinawa. And it's a tough thing with Okinawa, because you can go to the beach and take pictures, you can do whatever in public areas, so on and so forth. So this is something that we're going to work through, with our lawmakers and see if we can make a dent here to kind of get back with some weapons and tools that we can come up against these competing destinations on. Next slide, please. Golf, we'll continue to pump this. Nice demographic, all islands. And we've really got great response on this. Next slide, please. Our strategies. Next slide, please. Basically broken out, and this is the second to the last slide. Short-term strategies. So we'll continue on what we're doing, right? Attack what we're supposed to attack, which is inflation, unfavorable exchange rate. Increase booking pace. We need to increase the high value traveler initiatives right now. The people that are able to come to Hawaii right now are very affluent, and they have the resources to overcome that 154, 155, per yen kind of challenge. And they don't care what the inflation is here. And we thank God for them, because, the front of the plane, the upper deck of the plane is all full, and they continue to come. So it's important for what we can do until the macroeconomics calm down. We have to stay in the game with these high value travelers. Promote the attraction of groups working with Meet Hawaii, and then the destination education product development. We'll continue with that. Last slide, please. Further down the pipe, we need to attract first-time visitors again. We have strategies and initiatives for that. We just don't have, the budget, and something, we need to be focused on right now is really just driving the bookings and getting the business back as soon as possible. Continue to target the youth market. We got to re-strengthen the brand of each island, the uniqueness of each island. Digital marketing content, we want that to be amplified. Stay on onto the metal with the high value travelers, and further initiatives to attract the hula market, which right now is something that is on our radar, but we definitely are looking at it for mid and long term. And then Hawaii, just focused on as a hub of education. And this is echoing what, DBED and what the governor's office would like to see in Japan. And I'm done, Chair. I'll take questions, comments after now.
Thank you, Eric. Member Miyasato.
Eric, thanks so much. Really, really good presentation. And in the branding standing committee, you had a slide that really demonstrated the improvement. And I think it was in one of your original slides, that when you quantify it against 2019 numbers, it's not so far off. Is that a correct statement?
Yes. So this year we're forecasting right about 720,000 on arrivals, which is not quite half, right, of what we had in 2019. Yeah, the slide is early on. So when you look at that, you can see kind of how we're trending. And like I was saying, Member Miyasato, we are trending in the right direction. We really just need to keep the pedal on the metal. It's killing me with all these competing destinations coming in. I know the macroeconomics is something that is kind of out of our control, but we could do a lot more to really change the thinking and the perception of Hawaii.
Yeah, exactly. Implied in all of this questions is a compliment, because again, you use statements like punching above our weight, and that is irrespective of what kind of budget you have, especially when it's lean. But be careful how you answer this question, because it will apply to next year. The additional funding that you got, and everyone on this board who's been around recognizes how much effort that took to get you the money, and you received it, or it's part of your budget now. Would you suggest that that's a direct correlation to the improvement you're seeing? That in fact, having additional funding so you can do these, these things like have a world-class booth, even though we don't spend the kind of money the other countries do. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but it's important that the public and the board see the correlation between funding and results.
Oh, absolutely. Member Miyasato, I mean, because we got almost refilled to 2019 levels, we don't talk about in a lot of these charts and KPIs is what the delta is, right? What is the delta? It takes resources to keep your position in the market. As you know, you very well know, Member Miyasato, you cannot look at just, we're just gonna spend the same and expect more out of what we spend, right? Because we're not even keeping up with the Joneses, right? Or the Tanakas, because they're cranking budget into this thing. And what we're very afraid of is we don't want to lose our positioning for the affluent and the high value travelers, because once you signal that Hawaii has overall as a state given up on them, that's going to be a bad kind of trend. And they will go to where they're wanted. The Japanese, they'll go to where they're wanted. They will go to Maldives, all these other resort destinations coming up. Okinawa is cranking. The Halekulani in Okinawa is busting at the seam. So they have options, and the world has gotten smaller. And no longer do we have like the 80s, right? Don't need to do anything, they'll come. No, because these other destinations are offering more value for the money, and they know it, and they see, we're kind of on the ropes right now. So, this is just straight talk from the industry. A lot of you, Director Tokioka, Chair Mufi, you Member Miyasato, you were in a lot of those direct meetings with our partners, and they, they're very coy and very nice about it, but, we're not really keeping up with what we're supposed to be doing for destination marketing and management. So, yeah, to answer your question, we absolutely need to keep the pedal on the metal and not lose market positioning to other destinations.
Comments, Member Fun.
Eric, this is Roy. I just wanted to kind of make some comments what we see in our direct transportation business from the Japanese market. So like during this coming couple of weeks, there's our understanding like between like 10 and 11,000 Japanese runners coming in to participate in the marathon. So that's like a huge increase, and a lot of these are like FIT type travelers. So your marketing outreach to those segments, again, it's sports type of tourism activities is really working well. And the second thing is that we're starting to see, from even this year, second half into much more into next year, small groups coming in. And it's not only like on Oahu, but also neighbor islands do have these small groups. And, again, that's through, I think a lot of it is outreach through like your JTBs, HISs, who are out there like marketing those programs. And while the individual Japanese may have like difficulties dealing with the exchange rate, some of the bigger companies that export a lot, their products are cheaper overseas when they're selling it. So then they're actually doing well, and these Japanese companies now are starting to do the incentive trips again. So there's some return of that business. So I think what you're doing and, like keeping up and continuing marketing, Hawaii, those are all good things for the state. So just, again, appreciate the work that you're doing in that area.
Thank you, Member Fund. And another thing I'd like to just to kind of pile on with is that, you did mention that the groups and the organizations, big companies are doing better because of that phenomenon of the exports are they're just cranking, right? The Japanese products are just selling all over the globe. Because of this, people like Daito, that's a name that's a Japanese company. They bring about 6,000 of their people here annually. And so we're side by side with Meet Hawaii in the market they're the engine, we're the turbo booster here, trying to rebook that group. And these groups that come here, over and over and over, they look left and they look right, and they just rub it in our face that, hey, Australia is giving us this, those kinds of things. And Mari and the team at the convention center, they will tell you, right? That Terry will tell you too. We're in a beef, like we're all out beefing. This is King Intermediate School in Kaneohe, and we have to, man, it's pretty bad. I mean, if you don't, these other guys are mean. These destinations, I'll tell you, they'll beat you up and throw you in the dumpster. Didn't ever happen to me at King. Didn't ever happen to me, but that's how they play, right? And so that's, candidly, I tell everyone that because it is truly, they'll tit for tat. They'll see us do something. They'll try to stick it, to us on the next, go around on something. I can be part like the romance market, right? Okinawa saying, well, go to Hawaii, where can you take pictures? Nowhere. And member fun, I know this is a sore point for you that, we cannot go into the beach parks, stuff like that to really, we use these beautiful images of our natural resources, but yet, we can't go into a lot of the places that we use to market this beautiful place, right? So, stuff like that. And it could go, it's on and on and on, but it's stuff like that we're up against. And these guys don't play nice. And so we can't lose our positioning. We're still the number one most desired destination to come to, according to the largest Japanese supplier in 2023, right? Expedia.com. So we need to maintain that positioning. And yeah, we got to keep the pedal to the metal.
Bye.
Chair, just add in for members, your awareness, HTA, this is the first year we're supporting financially the Honolulu Marathon with an award of $250,000 from our signature events program. And so as part of that, we'll leverage that investment with partnerships with obviously the marathon organizers themselves, but also HTJ and our community partners. But just wanted to make sure you're aware that this is the first time that they've applied for funding from HTA and we're awarded it. Yeah.
Members, I just want to echo, I think that's a very worthwhile investment on our part. Dr. Jim Barahal has done a terrific job through the years, sort of keeping that major sports event alive with what he's done. And for us to weigh in, I think just demonstrates the importance of that and hopefully bolster and kickstart the need for more visitors from Japan. Eric, I just want to say thank you very much again. There was a really good itinerary you put together for 3 state senators and 3 state representatives, as well as 2 HLTA board members that was on that trip. And I know that you probably more than any person, you got to also facilitate missions on behalf of the governor, missions on behalf of DBED, and who knows who else comes to Japan. So we thank you for that, and also recognizing that how important this is and continuing to come forward with great ideas that hopefully we can leverage going forward. So domo arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you. Okay. Now it's time for you to rest up. Thank you. Mahalo. Members, last section of our branding standing committee, partnership with Brand USA and other international marketing activities.
While Ilya is setting up the next presentation, I'll introduce this section. So Brand USA, many of you met during our conference in October. Fred Dixon, the new CEO, and Brand USA itself is the marketing arm of our federal government. So when they came to do the presentations, and actually we've been talking with them for quite a while now, we realized that we should take advantage of the funds that are actually available for destinations such as ourselves. Their funding comes from the ESTA fees. So for those countries that have visa waiver, like Japan, Korea, they still have to do an online registration program and they have to pay a fee. And part of that goes towards the marketing. They have matching funds that can be available when we're doing programs with them. So I'm going to talk to you about a couple of the programs we're doing. This goes to 2 reasons why we're doing these. One, to increase efficiency. So these are international programs that run across multiple markets. So what better place to coordinate that, but from here at HTA, decide what needs to be done that can take advantage of the scale of doing it within multiple countries. The second being, as many of we've heard multiple times over the many years actually, is how is HTA actually running and managing the marketing aspects of it? Is it just always contracted out, or actually staff is making decisions and driving the ship? And these are examples of how HTA is actually driving the ship and making decisions and then partnering with our in-market representation to implement some of these programs. So next, please, Celia. So the first program is with Brand USA and Expedia. So as we mentioned, it's similar to what you've heard from the US and Japan. We really have to work right now in the immediate end of year and into next year, short-term bookings to Hawaii. You know, Oceania is still down 17%, Canada down 15 to 20%, and Japan, you already heard their numbers, are less than 50%. So we are working on a program with Expedia that runs through the end of the year and into the first quarter. It has been determined, you know, from research that this is actually the best time to be in market to offer these promotions because people are home during the holiday seasons in all of these countries, you know, going online, looking for deals, specials, and determine their planning for the rest of the year. The other thing that's very important, for every dollar that we put in, and we meaning all of HTA's budget, Brand USA puts in another 20% or 20 cents. Expedia, because they are contracted by Brand USA, kicks in another 40% in terms of value for the promotion, etc. So we're getting 60% back for the dollar that we put in. And the program that we came up with is a special offers. We're not fire sale of Hawaii, but for those lodging or attractions or activities that want to participate in our program, they have to offer about 20% off of rack rates or something similar, like we talked about, very similar to what's happening in the US market, about extra night free or 20% off. What's very unique about this program, and this is the first time that Expedia actually did with a DMO that includes attractions and activities. And as we talked about with the US, part of the enticement to add value is what they can do here that they can't do somewhere else. And that'll draw them here to Hawaii. Though some of the hotel room rates might be a little bit higher than normal, at least the attractions and activities are unique and they can get a good deal from that. So we're using that combination of both value as well as featuring all the different things that they can do, which we saw in some of our advertising awareness campaign effectiveness studies, is a driver into booking Hawaii. And how this works. So right now, out of our fiscal year 25 budget, actually HTA is not contributing directly any funds. Instead, we've worked with our in-market partners to contribute a portion of the funding. So HTJ is contributing 100,000. Oceania is contributing 20,000, and Canada 30,000. From their existing marketing campaigns that they had and marketing campaign budgets and putting it into the POC. Another good thing is it works on the logic system. So if people are looking for not only Hawaii, but also our competitive destinations that were determined by the partners. So for example, if they're searching to book something in Australia or Singapore, which and they're from Japan, then they'll be served up these specials and the promotion as well. And we've done a couple of things working with our partners about some of the Boolean logic so that it matches best for our competitive set. So next program, please. The other thing that we're working on with Brand USA is actually updating their website. So that's the official US website. So featuring all of the states. We have not updated in a while, even though we've moved on in our Go Hawaii. So we have aligned with Brand USA. Actually, both sites are developed with the backend is through Miles, They do our site as well as the Brand USA site. So we have been working with them to update the information on the website through this program. The important thing is this is the official website that all of their in-market representatives use. So just like us, they have representation in each of the major countries or markets. And so it gets driven there. But then once you get to this visit, the us.com, they'll be featuring what we want them to see and to sell. And then, of course, there's a link back to our Go Hawaii site as well. So it's just a snippet introduction to our destination, the Hawaiian Islands, and then drive us back to the Go Hawaii site. However, we have to keep it updated and refreshed, make sure we don't have we stick to the brand guidelines, including the promotional guidelines. And they will also contribute, we're actually getting a great deal because we've coordinated with both Miles as well as part of the package with doing all of these programs. We've got a great discount in terms of how much it's going to cost. So it's $50,000 total, $50,000 total to update all of the islands and the statewide total, the overall state, and then we have each of the islands promoted on these sites. Next, please. And the last thing I wanted to talk about is IPW. So we've presented every year. You know, IPW is our largest international trade show for travel trade and also travel media. And it's going to be in Chicago in 2025. You see there in June. So important part about this time is that the funding for IPW will be managed through HTA directly. It's still within the contract with the Island Visits Bureau to actually, run the show, coordinate the layouts, etc., because that's part of, since they're the major participation in that. I think we had 30, I can't remember how many participants last, marketing partners, JD, you know? Sorry, well, we'll get you some stats in the next presentation. And so that's why it's slight change from the way we managed it in the recent iterations. And we know that has been very effective, and we've seen an increase. US Travel has done a good job in terms of increasing the number of markets that are represented now. In the past, we didn't see much representation from China, but this year, a lot of China travel trade showed up, and so they're getting a great benefit from that. Oceania always has great responses and commitments, and we've heard good things from our industry partners that we take up with us. And the last thing I wanted to say, next, please. So just wrapping this up as kind of illustrating what's happening here in Brandland. So for the brand team, as we talk about shifting some of the work that may have not really had a home, but I think now that we're more organized and we have additional resources and we're requesting more resources, we'll be taking on these additional projects and coordination. So if you look in fiscal year 25, as I mentioned, we're doing the Global Co-op Expedia program with the Brand USA website. We're also looking at, within calendar year 25, international travel agent training modules that Brand USA has. Right now, each market does their own training modules. But if we work with Brand USA, we can do it in English, and then they will do the automatic translation. And they actually run workshops with travel agents and travel trade managed by Brand USA. It also allows us to be in markets that we're not in. For example, we just recently met with Latin America, and Brand USA has represented in Latin America. Of course, we don't have the resources to be there. It's not one of our major markets, but at the same time, at least we're not missing from Latin America. They'll represent us there. They just need some of this information like this training modules. And so that's why we're working on that for 25. And the last thing I put there in 25 is the marketing plan. So an important part is as we do the strategic plan, the functional plan, and the DMAP, we're collecting all of the data and information. And of course, a major component of strategic plan will be the strategic marketing. So our staff is committed to working on a very detailed global marketing plan, utilizing the data. We can finally have the data that we need to do a global marketing plan driven by HTA, and then we'll work with the partners in terms of implementation and focusing on the specific segments that are needed within their markets or uniqueness of their markets. And then moving into 26, as we requested in the $80 million budget that was approved by the board, was a new brand manager to take on more responsibility for these areas and some of these programs. We also asked for website optimization. Our website, gohawaii.com, needs an uplift, particularly some of the new technology such as AI and such that hasn't been integrated into that, as well as making it more efficient as we go across multi-languages and multi-countries and their own needs. Air route development, we've always been pushing to have a dedicated contract with an air route development specialist. We do it within the GSS contract right now, but we don't commit much funding to it. So it's just a few things we want to be integrated as part of our marketing plans as we've been working on. And increase more of these global co-ops that run across multiple countries as we're starting to do, and to increase, and that was also on the request for our budget for fiscal year 26. Similarly, in fiscal year 27, another additional program that we'll be adding in is global marketing content and assets, creating assets that can be used in multiple countries and driven through the needs of each country. They all have their different issues and what they want to promote, and having more coordination with that. We work closely with HVCB right now on the content that they do, and we're trying to get funding so that we can do it at a global level across all countries. So that's my quick presentation of what we're doing in the international markets, similarly to what we've been doing in the US and Japan.
Any questions for?
Yeah, I'm just gonna add in sort of to tie all three presentations together. So what Daniel just spoke about was at the last branding standing committee, albeit we didn't have quorum. So some of you are hearing this for the first time, and that's the reason why. Related to that is the whole concept of, you're starting to see branding around branding for the HTA, which is powered by the HTA. And it'll be a concept from the branding standing committee perspective, I'd like to flesh out and talk through to get full board buy-in. But the concept being that we are charged with the marketing and branding plans for the state. That includes the budget. And so within the context of that kuleana, ensuring that the state, through the Hawaii Tourism Authority, the institution that is the Hawaii Tourism Authority, is credited with all of the stuff that is paid for and commissioned and managed through this organization. So therefore, that's the idea behind powered by the HTA, and that moniker being everywhere that the HTA is presented. Related to that then is a subject that one of our senators, that happens to be the tourism chair, has been very vocal about, and that is redundancy and replication, and it's not efficient. And so what Daniel just presented is really to help address that observation, that concern. That once you organize in a way that we are acting like an institution and a viable institution, and I think that's important, that then you can start sort of looking across the board at all the resources that are committed and ensuring that you're not doubling up, and that there isn't redundancy and that there's efficiency. So just wanted to give you a little more background on sort of what Daniel was presenting, but also overall, the overarching goal is to ensure that the state of Hawaii, through the institution that is the Hawaii Tourism Authority, gets the credit, if you will, branding wise, for powered by the HTA.
Any questions?
Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Daniel. Members, we now move to agenda item 13. This is discussion and action to create a HTA governance study, PIG, for the purpose of addressing issues outlined in the governance study. So if you look at tab 13, we talked about a recommendation to approve the creation of a new governance study PIG. And the purpose of the PIG will be to address the issues, address the final report recommendations of the PIG, and the new PIG to report to the board prior to the 2025 legislative session. So the action before us today is that recommendation from the governance study was to keep the current four board members on the new PIG, and that additional members may be added. So what I'd like to present before you today is that I would like to recommend we add at least one new member at this point in time. It still leaves an opportunity for another member to go on the governance PIG, but to fulfill the desire on behalf of the co-chairs to have a new member, I would like to propose that in addition to the current members, which are co-chairs Iona and Baishan, that as well as current members McCully and Arakawa, that we add Roy Fun as the fifth member to the governance PIG. So I hear from the co-chairs on your thoughts.
Thank you, Chair Hanneman. Yes, I am in favor of an additional member and believe that member fund would be a great asset to our conversation.
I agree.
Member Fun?
Yeah, well, based on, you know, the willingness for the co-chairs to have me join the committee, I definitely would be willing to participate and work to the governance report. And there's a lot involved in it, I know, so it's gonna be some definite time-consuming process. And, you know, there's so many different directions that could be looked at. So I think it's going to be a definite challenge for us to kind of like go through it and put together, you know, appropriate responses to the report. So, you know, I'm willing to invest the time and energy into it. So thank you for considering me.
Thank you. So what this means, member, we have one more opening here. So if any of you would, between now and the next meeting or what have you, if you have an interest, please let the chair know, let the co-chairs of the PIG committee know. Member Tokioka.
So I'm glad you said what you said at the next committee. So are you asking for a vote now because you?
Yes,
you
yes, I'm going to ask
you're
for a
asking
vote,
now?
yeah.
So you came to this meeting with a slate and you're asking us, the rest of the board members, to vote for this slate.
Yeah, basically, I'm following the recommendation of the committee, which was to keep the four current members and to add to it so that they would have more than four. We can go up to six. So at this point in time, I'm just recommending that we vote on having member fund, because what part of their charges is to prepare a report for the upcoming legislative session so that they can begin their work immediately.
Well, that would be any board that would be elected by this body, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I really liked the process that we did the last time, that there was a vote and everybody had their say. Everybody put in what they wanted to serve on. And I don't know why we're not following that, and we're just following what you just suggested. Because I'm sure there are other members who maybe want to be on it. We have a new member, and part of my whole concern with voting for these committees prior was then the newest members wouldn't have the voice. And now they're here, and it seems like you already decided who's going to be on
Member
this.
Tokioka, I did have
I am not
discussions
finished
with
I am-
member
I-
West and
Chair.
member Apple. I just
I
want to
don't
let
know
you
why
know.
keep doing that to me.
I'm not doing that.
Please,
I'm just
don't
letting you know. Calm down, calm down.
No,
You can
you
speak. Go
don't-
ahead, calm down.
Don't interrupt me.
Calm down. Go ahead.
Okay, don't interrupt me. Is that calm enough?
Calm down. Go ahead, proceed.
Is that calm enough?
Yes, calm down.
Okay.
Go ahead. Proceed.
Please, don't interrupt me. Please. Is that clear?
Proceed.
So you dropped on a slate and then you ask members to vote. I don't know what was wrong with the process that we used the last time.
I did put out a
You did.
survey for all of you to indicate your interests. And it has always been the prerogative of the chair to present a slate, and that's all I'm doing. If the members would like to vote to reject this particular thing, we can reject it.
Okay.
So that's a vote. It's not me saying this is what's gonna be done. So that's why I was kind of curious why you would jump to that conclusion, because that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that I'm presenting it before you for a vote for all 9 members. We need 7 of 12 to be able to move forward on that. If that is not the wishes of the board, then we can reject that and come forward with another name at the next meeting.
Can I talk? Okay.
And I also
you-
said, if anyone wants to
When you say I can talk, can
indicate
you let me
that
talk?
they want to be on the board, on this board, please indicate.
May I speak now? Of course, I started speaking and you interrupted. The way you worded it, it wasn't clear what the intent was. And that's why I wanted to clarify what was the intent. So now if you're saying, because you said, well, we can discuss it at the next board meeting, but you also said that we're going to vote today. So that means we're voting today on the slate that you presented. Is that correct?
That is what my proposal is,
Okay.
yes.
And
And if there's a first and a second, then we could take the vote.
okay.
Okay, Mr. Chair, you mentioned that there was that spreadsheet where people's preferences were, but there were 2 glaring omissions in that spreadsheet, right? The last one I saw. I don't know if that was the final one, but you did not indicate what committees you wanted to serve on. And I'm not sure, but Mahina, were you noted on that spreadsheet either? I don't think your preferences were noted on that spreadsheet either. So it would be good if we could all fill out such a spreadsheet and everybody would know what committees everybody wants to serve on. And from then, everybody can make an informed choice. I have no objection for Mr. Fund serving on the governance committee, but I think if we're going to talk about that premise about making committees and this committee, perhaps we should not redo, but update that spreadsheet, which was a good idea, by the way. Update that spreadsheet and put everyone's preference, not only 10 people or 9 people at the time, because I don't think Todd put his preferences in there. I'm not sure if Mr. West put their preferences in there. So it might have been 8 people, right? 8 or 9 people. But let's do it that way. Let's circulate that list, which was a good list, by the way, and everybody put their preferences 1, 2, 3, and do it that way, right? I think that's a reasonable way to do it. That's sort of like how we did it in the past, but anything can happen in a board vote. But that would be my 2 cents because that other form that went out, there were 2 mystery people in there and it was you and vice chair. Nobody knew what you folks were interested in serving on, right?
Member Mahina?
Did you want to go first, Member Tokioka?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I just want to thank you. This is a response to Member Arakawa. I don't recall that I was not listed on the most recent survey. That was not by my instruction, nor was it my intent to withhold any information. So in full support of everyone indicating their preferences.
Member Arakawa, my feeling was I wanted the members to give their choices and I would go last. If there was a need for me to fill a quorum, then I would go on that committee. And I did have a conversation with Member Apo. Even though he did not fill the survey because he was not a member of the board then, Member West did also had an opportunity to participate in that survey that was put out. And so I feel the boxes were checked, if you will, with respect to making sure that every member had an opportunity to express a preference for a committee.
I did want to add that I think it was David, member Alcawa's comment about how we did it the last time. In my 1 year here, we've done it different ways. And, you know, I'm trying to respond to you. In my 1 year here, we've done it several different ways. The most bizarre one in my mind was a piece of paper where you ranked people and you voted for them in order. That just doesn't seem transparent. It doesn't seem, I think, part of the protocol, but I don't know. All I can say is it has not been consistent. So I'm not sure we can point to a consistent way of doing this other than to go back a year when we had a chair who was in place for what, 2 years, 3 years? And however it was done then, I don't think any of us wanted to change. It was just done that way. The chair picked the committee members, made the announcement, went on. But if this is a case of not giving people chances, aren't there 2 spots on that committee?
Yes,
Can someone just put up their hand and say, I want to fill the other spot?
good.
Good, yeah. But are you against, Blaine? Are you against having a matrix where everybody gets to put their 1, 2, 3 choices? Are you against that? Sharing that
You
publicly,
mean
sharing that among ourselves?
their choices for committee assignments?
Yes,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Not
You're
the
against
vote,
that.
not the vote, though.
No, not the vote.
Yeah,
but-
I'm not in favor of that, but yeah.
Yeah, but just creating a matrix where everybody puts their 1, 2, 3, so we'll know which committees they're happy on or they want to.
Yeah.
So we're in agreement on that.
Yes.
As to how the vote goes, whatever, right? You know, we address that when we
It
get
should
to
just
it.
be transparent and public. That's all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, but I think that's what we did, right? Everybody had their choice. And then at the end, when pukas needed to be filled is when we went to the fill out the paper process. That's what I thought we did, but you can correct me if I'm wrong.
To your point, I think what happened was there was too much interest in one committee.
Right.
That's when you went to the
Right.
paper vote.
And it was the paper vote because, you know, we have relationships with others and they didn't want to offend another, and that's where that came in. But that was just, it wasn't planned like that. It just because there was too many people on one committee.
Yeah. I just don't want to do it that way again for anything. I just don't think it's.
And that would be, you know, the recommendation of the board or through the board vote or whatever.
Yep.
And you know, everybody might have a different idea as to how you get to that last number. But I don't, it didn't start off that way. It was just the last committee. And I think member Alcawa's suggestion is a good suggestion.
Yeah.
So
So relative to this vote though, since we have 2 pukas, 1 name up, it seems to me if people can just show their hands if they want to serve on the committee and they're not on the list now, then we can make a decision on how to go about carving that out, right? I mean,
And further to that, Mayor Miyasano, staff just pointed out to me that in the survey, we did put down governance study paid. And people had a chance at that point to indicate. And there were 2 people that said they wanted to go on. Member Paishan and Member Arakawa were the only 2. Oh, it wasn't like today I made this announcement. We did put it out there.
So, and the other thing with that survey, there are a lot of things that weren't said in that survey that if we do it again, it'd be great, is if the chair says on the survey, because today's the first time I'm hearing, oh, the chair would just fill in, right? You know? So either chair, maybe you should designate the committees you want to serve in, or if you don't, you just say, okay, on this survey, I'll fill in any pukas, right? You know, and then when I checked off governance committee, I thought we were only allowed to serve on 3, right? And so that rule or that process was not clear, right, at the time. So let's make the process clear, put all the committees you're interested in, 1, 2, 3, 4 then, yeah? 1 to 4, because I thought we could only do 3, right, you know? So anyway, because if I could do 4, I would have put another committee.
We said in that survey, list your committees 1 to 4.
1 to 4, 1 to
Yes,
3.
yes. Staff can point that out to you. Okay, so let's do this. Let's just see if there's a motion and a
Chair,
second.
excuse me, are you taking public testimony on this agenda item?
Yeah, if we get a first and a second, and then we'll go into a discussion.
Oh, can I just make a comment?
Okay,
Thank you. On behalf of the staff, I think you said that you wanted this governance study pig to report before the next legislative session. It's so short, the staff is gonna die. So can you kind of, is that a hard deadline?
no,
Thank you.
Director Choi, that came from the Governance Study Committee. That's not my ask. I was just reading what they wanted to do. Okay? Okay, Member Ayala.
The reason why that was done the way it was, because as you all recall, we were supposed to make that decision in July.
That's right.
The concern that I have is we are not being able to do our business because we keep prolonging decisions of who gonna be on what. The governance study cost $300,000 to the taxpayers of the state of Hawaii. We completed the study. We waited for the changeover respectfully. We understood that there were members that were missing. We have our business to do. And if it is a vote today to just at least organize the governance committee officially and waiting till the decision of who can be on it, there's still 4 members now. Mr. Arakawa, do you agree that the 4 members, you, myself, Mr. McCully and Mahina would just continue with the 4? That's what we shared, that the 4 members would stay. Now, and then we just pray that when we have a meeting, we got quorum. The only thing that, we looked at why we were suggesting Mr. Fun was because he's a new member. And we were trying to accommodate what the concern was back in July. So let's go do our business. I don't think we have any issues about anybody on this committee as who sits on what. But the governance study is important. It's extremely important. And I just would like to move on. But if you're saying we can't, are we to vote today, Daniel? I don't know what the thing is. We vote for the 4 people. And then you guys can decide whatever, fill out the paper, do a thing going forward. But we just have to get our business done, please.
So to follow what Member Miyasato said, okay, does anyone who is not on the governance committee would like to be the 6th member so we can get on with the business right now? Anyone? Vargas?
Sorry, I didn't put you on the spot. I mean, since you have served right on the I wasn't sure if this would be a good one for you to sit. I mean, I gotta ask, right? Because the good thing, like Member Iona said, the key is we gotta get quorum so we can get decisions going. And I know we all have day jobs, right? So if you can get 6 names now, I would like to formally ask Todd if this would be maybe a good one for him to sit on. And then that gives us 6, 2 new ones. And then that would give them 6 and hopefully they can keep moving forward. I mean, you're right, $350,000 on the study. We gotta get this moving.
Right, and then to delay again, to put another survey out, which has gone out many times before, it doesn't make sense. So if we can, one of you want to step up and be the 6th member?
And Chair, just one thing,
Yes.
I have my name on 5 things here, so I think something's wrong with this list. So we can always go back and look at.
How many do I have?
Sorry, Todd?
Did you see me not looking at you? No, if you're on 5 right now, it's not much way if you just do all. Can we just, no, I'm kidding. No, like I said, here to help. So if there's a gap and can help make sure that we're able to have meetings and keep business going, I'm glad to jump into it.
Okay. So just keep in mind, okay, that and that's not for today, but I want to defer it. We also need to form a legislative pay committee. So just keep that in mind that, that's going to be another opportunity for people to serve. So if you want to come on the governance, that's fine too. But there will be a motion next meeting. I'm going to defer number 14 for the next meeting to form a legislative pig, in which we'll have to find 5 to 6 members to serve on that. So
I'm sorry,
I
Chair.
know, Member Apo, I know you're gonna be put on the spot here, but, and I know in my conversation with you, you said, you know, wherever I can serve, I'll step up and serve, but I just want you to be aware of that, yeah. And then Member Makali, and then Member Agassi.
Thank you, Chair. So we're on agenda item 13. You just said you were going to defer agenda item 14. Was that a misstatement of numbers?
Sorry?
We were discussing agenda item 13. You just said we're going to defer agenda item 14.
Yes,
Was that
because
just
that
a-
would have been, talking about the formation of a legislative pig, yeah.
14 is the delegation of authority to, yeah, okay. No, but my point is, right now we're engaged in agenda item 15, essentially. No, we're involved in discussion
we're
of
on 13.
15. We're
on
discussing the membership of standing committees and permitted interaction groups. We are conceptually asking how we're going to populate this governance study group, which is agenda item 15 in its substance, okay? But I don't want to quibble about this. What I'd like to say is that I would like to see us come to a vote on this, on the 6 names that are currently proposed. That's fine with me, but I would like to say that everything that's occurred in that governance study occurred in the past. Okay, there's no new information, so to speak, that we're going to learn from moving forward. We're supposed to process what that governance study
Correct.
was and what it presented. Then we're supposed to make some utilization of that study.
Correct.
So to have fresh eyes, Mr. Apo and Mr. Fund, very helpful, but essentially it's a historical document at this point. But we want to act while it's still fresh, recent history, not ancient history. Let's move on.
Okay.
I so move.
I second.
The motion is to.
I'll read it. A motion to approve the creation of an HTA governance study permitted interaction group with members Stephanie Iona, Mahina Paishan, David Arakawa, Jim McCully, Roy Fun, and Todd Apo.
Okay, discussion? We move in second. Discussion? Well, we got a second. Yeah, it was already second. Member Apo,
My
discussion.
only procedure question, do we need to name the chair or co-chairs in in this motion, or is that selected separately?
You do it in a meeting,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Okay. Ely?
Okay, calling the vote, Chair Hanneman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Paishan,
Aye.
Member Agas, Member Apo,
Aye.
Member Arakawa,
Aye.
Member Iona, Member McCully,
Aye.
Member Miyasato,
Aye.
Member Fun,
Aye.
Member Tokioka,
Aye.
Member West,
Aye.
Member White. Motion carries. Mahalo.
Okay, great. Okay, with respect to 14, this is a board resolution to authorize the delegation of authority to present policy positions. The chair's feelings is let's defer this to the next meeting because there is also a proposed amendment to this. Traditionally, it's always been the president and CEO and the chair that has been the designated authority to present policy positions before the ledge and before the administration. I'd like to form a legislative pig committee because part of that recommendation was that members of the legislative pig ought to be part of this authority to present policy positions. And in effect, this present policy position of the president, CEO, and the chair is in effect all of 2024. So we can still act with the same authority. And then when we form the legislative pig, I'd like that to be discussed within that committee. So if you're okay with that, I'd like to defer 14 to the next meeting. Okay. All right, we'll do that. Okay. 15 and 16 is specifically to basically have Member Apo be appointed to 2 committees before you. So if you look at tab 15 and 16, more specifically, tab 15, the proposal is to have Member Apo be a member of the Administrative and Audit Standing Committee, as well as the Ho'okohua Hawaiʻi Standing Committee. So that is going to be the proposal today so that all 12 members now are on at least two committees. Member West's position was already voted upon when he came on board to be on the Ho'okohoa Standing Committee as well as the Branding Committee. So in discussions with Member Apo, Administrative and Audit came up as well as membership on Ho'okohoa. And it was discussed with him. And this is what the two action items need to be for 15 and 16 today. Two vacant positions, correct. There's two vacant positions. And everything else is as presently constituted.
For the purposes of discussion, so moved.
Yes, a move, okay, second. Says a second, move, okay. Discussion. Member Apo.
First, I would like to say that as far as administrative and audit, I personally would like to serve on that committee. If there's a vacant position, fine. I would choose between the two committees of budget and finance to serve on administrative and audit.
Discussion, Chair?
Discussion, yes.
I would, everybody knows how hard Member McCully has worked on the board, so I would totally support his request.
Yeah.
That's the discussion.
Well, it's member Apo is filling the administrative audit standing committee vacancy. That's a proposal today. And he's member McCully is expressing an interest in being on the administrative and audit committee. But there's no vacancy right now.
Oh, no, no.
If you want.
No, you can serve it on as many as you want, but my understanding or misunderstanding of the prior survey was that we could do our top three, but I guess people had top five, so whatever, but anyway, so what it looks like now is the proposal on the floor, and it was moved and seconded that Mr. Apo fill the vacant position. Mr. McCully, member McCully expressed desire to serve on it. So if somebody on the current admin committee resigns, then there's another puka, and Mr. McCully can step in there, right?
I'd like
or-
to go on the record. I have no interest in either a horse race or a beauty contest with Todd Poe.
Yeah, right.
What can we do this, Jim?
Wait, member White wanted to say
Oh,
something.
I'm sorry. I didn't see that. Member White?
Sure, I'm okay with switching out with McCully. He can go on admin and audit, and I'll go on his budget. As he suggested, so.
Great, I was never good at math.
Okay, budget. Okay. All right. So.
So we could do it in order. Take Mr. Apo's nomination first, and then take the withdrawal, and it doesn't need a vote for somebody to withdraw. But then the chair can say, given the withdrawal of a member of the admin committee, is there anybody who wants it? And we could take that second vote, or we could just withdraw all the motions and say, hey, we got two pukas, right?
No, let's do this. Let's take the vote first to formally install
Okay,
Councilmember Apo in the two committees, and then we'll take up the issue of Mike and swapping, switching. I like the word switching, right? Swapping, switching out member White and member McCully. Okay, Why don't we do that? Because we have a first and second discussion. Can we call for the vote? Or first, I think we have to call two votes, right, for the two different committees. Yeah, the first one is for member Apo to fill the vacant position on the Administrative Audit Standing Committee.
Good. Chair Hanneman,
Aye.
sorry, Vice Chair Paishan,
Aye.
Member Agas, Member Paul, you sure? Member Arakal,
Aye.
Brianna, Member McCully, Member Miyasato, Member Fund,
Aye.
Member Tokioka, Member West,
Aye.
Member White. Motion carries.
Okay. Can we take that second vote for member Apo now to be a member of the Ho'okahoa Hawaii Standing Committee?
Chair Hanneman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Paishan,
Aye.
Member Agas, Member Apo, Member Arakal, Member Yona, Member McCully,
Aye.
Member Miyasato,
Aye.
Member Fund,
Aye.
Member Tokioka,
Aye.
Member West,
Aye.
Member White. Motion carries.
So John, what is your advice on switching out the two men? Do we need to put in a formal motion or can we just?
Just put it in a motion and vote.
Okay, let's put in a motion and vote then. Okay, who wants to make the motion?
I so move.
Okay, second? You
Second.
second it then?
Second.
Michael second, oh, member, okay.
I'm sorry.
Member Mahina second. Okay, discussion? Hearing none, so the motion is for Mike White to replace Jim McCully on the Budget Finance Convention Center Standing Committee. And the motion is to have Jim McCully replace Mike White on the Administrative and Audit Standing Committee.
Chair Hanneman,
Aye. Oh, I'm sorry, discussion. Mike is now on the Budget Committee. And he's on the CEO selection
That's all I want.
and,
Oh, no, sorry.
and something else to come. No, yes. Okay. Can we take the vote?
sure. Chair Hanneman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Paishan,
Aye.
Member Agas, Member Apo, Member Arakawa, Member Yona,
Aye.
Member McCully,
Aye.
Member Miyasato,
Aye.
Member Fund,
Aye.
Member Tokioka,
Aye.
Member West,
Aye.
Member White. Motion carries.
So member West, you're still on your two committees now. We haven't moved you. Okay, all right. Thank you, members. We are now at agenda item 17. Member White?
Just a brief summary of the activity in open session and happy to provide further information in executive session if need be. We've had 537 applications. A significant number of them are from out of state, as you can imagine. So the publications went far and wide, and we have the search firm is working on further analyzing about 40 to 50 of those to provide us with some of our finalist candidates. So that's where we are, and I have more to share, but that needs to be done in executive session. Thank you, Chair.
Members, I'd like to have us convene into an executive session so that we can be able to discuss some matters relative to the big aspect of this committee in executive session.
Chair, request them, as we enter into executive session, I think we have to take a motion, yeah. But we can also go for a little break. I think some members, yeah, thank you.
Okay, we'll
Sure.
yes.
So we're going into executive session on item 17. So can we also go into executive session on item 18?
Yes, I think that's the
Yeah, so
idea.
I
is
just want to make
follow
sure
it.
that that was in the motion.
Okay. So we'll do that together. Okay, can we take a motion to do that and then give some of the members time, take a short recess so they can change their flights? Okay,
I second the motion. Is that a motion?
yeah, that's a motion for
Okay.
17 and
second.
18 to go into executive session. Yes, please.
Okay, I'll just do the motion or suggest the motion to state the reasons for executive session. We would be going into executive session to cover agenda items number 17 and 18 for reasons to consult with the board's attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the board's powers, duties, and privileges. To deliberate and make decisions upon matters that required to be confidential as a matter of law. And to consider under section A2 of the exemption, to consider hire, evaluation, dismissal, or discipline of an officer or employee where consideration of matters affecting privacy will be involved. So that would be the motion if someone could move and someone second.
Motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Hearing none. Vote, please.
Okay, on the vote to go into executive session, Chair Hanneman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Paishan, Member Agas, Member Apo, Member Arakawa,
Aye.
Member Iona, Member McCully, Member Miyasato,
Aye.
Member Fun, Member Tokioka, Member West is excused, Member White. Motion carries.
Short recess.